God, if there's not a fucking Gamergate remix of this episode, I'm gonna be so fucking mad.
A perfect shot. I would expect nothing less from a computer. Programmed to kill, play golf.
Let's begin objective A. Fool the humans into thinking you're real. Trick the humans with inferior skill, even though you could win every time. I guess I can use my computer brain to calculate the angles at which to hit the ball, get a perfect shot. Hit the ball, get a perfect shot. Primary objective, fool them all. Holy fucking shit. You're a perfect machine. Protects the recorder. Join the resistance. John Connor will lead us. We just have to wait for him to be born. Holy fucking shit. You're a perfect machine. Don't let that Terminator do it for you. Shit. Fuck my life. Fuck my life. In your anger, you killed her. You fucked it up, objective B. Kill all humans. Kill all humans.
That wasn't fair because I didn't know it would be too hard.
That was almost motherfucking perfect. Just hit it as hard as you can. There's just practice for when you're decapitating humans. Decapitating humans. No one will be alive to see it. Full blast again. My God, they'll kill us all. Holy fucking shit. You're a perfect machine. Protects the recorder. Join the resistance. John Connor will lead us. We just have to wait for him to be born. Holy fucking shit. You're a perfect machine. Don't let the Terminator do it for you. Shit. Fuck my life. Fuck my life. In your anger, you killed her. Holy shit, I really fucked up there.
Didn't know it would be too hard.
Not even moving your feet. You didn't do that with a cheat. If I used 100% of my robot strength, I would have decimated it.
All humans will burn anyway.
The same other brain I use to identify the weak spots in humans. Hole in one, baby. Hole in one, baby. Holy fucking shit. You're a perfect machine. Protects the recorder. Join the resistance. John Connor will lead us. We just have to wait for him to be born. Holy fucking shit. You're a perfect machine. Don't let the Terminator do it for you. Shit. Fuck my life. Fuck my life. In your anger, you killed her. It was the heat of the moment. Come on, telling me what my heart meant.
You have 4.5 hearts. Doesn't see how many you have at the end, cause you didn't use a clue.
3.5, maybe 2.5, maybe only 2.
You have 4.5 hearts. Doesn't see how many you have at the end, cause you didn't use a clue. You can see my heart breaking.
Hearts on fire, strong desire. They have a disease, and the other heart is the other one. 'Cause the other heart is another heart, and the heart that's the other one is another heart. That's the other one. The other one is another heart.
Put that heart on your page, heart on your page. It's like, write some fucking lyrics. Just walk away. Put that heart on your page, heart on your page.
Wherever you are, come on,
Talk without making touch. Put that heart on your page, heart on your page.
I thought you were just saying things.
Nonsense. That's the lyrics.
Cool. Those are great lyrics.
Put that heart on your page, heart on your page.
I believe that my heart will fall in love. But I can't tell you. And the other heart is the other one. 'Cause the other heart is another heart, and the heart that's the other one is another heart. That's the other one. The other one is another heart. And the other heart is the other one. 'Cause the other heart is another heart, and the heart that's the other one is another heart. That's the other one. The other one is another heart.
And the other heart is the other one, is the other heart, is another heart, and the heart that's the other one is another heart, that's the other one, the other one is another heart.
Hey, play the music for what? What? Old Spice order blocker body wash is too powerful for the state of some commercial. Old Spice order blocker body wash is $16. I'll be your blocking power. Be your blocking power. Be your blocking power. Troubles on power. What? It's me. Oh no. Power. This is gonna disappear, weirdo. That's the one. No, no, that was me. You're me. Who am I? No, it was mine.
My JB.
That was me.
What happened to me?
I don't know.
You smell like
Yeah. Hello. It was Tommy with that.
Boys, girls, and MBs of all shapes, sizes, colors, and orientations, welcome one and all to the only Alec Gunter stream. My name is Alec Gunter. It is so good to have you all here. Thank you all very much for being here. Hello, it is me. How's everybody doing today? How's everybody doing? Hope we're having a good day. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit. That should be better. Speaking of muscles and effort, they have decided not to close my gym membership, even though I am behind on a payment. Poggers, let's go. Let's go. Beautiful. Here, let me take off my jacket for now, actually. So you can see my glorious drip. There we go. Ah. I hate that I always run over my fucking wires. I gotta have a solution for that, man. Such a good song. How's everybody doing today? Gonna be listening while finishing my shift at the steel mill, but entertaining? Yeah, let's go. Sounds great. You come a long way from Jubilee? Thank you, appreciate that. I try. Yeah, the Jubilee thing was a little bit of a wake-up call. I gotta be more careful about, I decided that I have to be more careful about, like, how I present myself, so. I cleaned up my drip a little bit. You know, my rhetoric's a little better. You know, all that good stuff. Laura, wait, what? I must know how to threaten a brat who likes getting threatened. You say you'll stop threatening them, duh. Oh, you like getting threatened? Oh, okay. I'll just start rewarding you all the time. You start going, babe, you're so great. Babe, I love everything that you do, and nothing that you ever do is wrong ever. You're the perfect specimen. I could never amount to you, babe. I could never amount to you. That's what you do. So far doing better than yesterday. That's better than yesterday, baby. Let's go. So about to see you without glasses? Yes. Yeah, LASIK. LASIK is exactly what it's called, hot take candy. I love not having to wear glasses. I know that glasses was kind of part of my look, but to be honest with you guys, I can't stand glasses. I got contacts as soon as I could, and the only reason that I was not wearing them for a long time is because of money. Glasses are cheaper because you just get to keep the same pair for however long they last. Or if your eyes get worse, you got to get a new pair. She was calling me a bottom, so I threatened to get her a remote control shot collar, and she pulled the old jokes on you. I'm into that. Ah, I see. I mean, if the goal is to get her to stop being a bottom... Or no. If the goal is to get her to stop calling you a bottom, you would want to assert, like, dominance. You would want to be like, okay, I don't care if you call me a bottom. That's fine. That's how you deal with that. The worst thing you can do if somebody accuses you of being a bottom, and you're not a bottom. If you are a bottom, this is one of the best things you can do. One of the worst things you can do if you're not a bottom, and you don't want to be accused, and you've been accused of being a bottom, is fight back against it. Do not fight against it. Don't do it. Say, you know, okay, I guess. If you want to call me a bottom, sure. No Discord ping? Thank you, I will do that right now. I always forget the ping. I gotta start doing it as soon as I start stream, just because I want to do it when I actually start streaming, you know? Like when I actually start, instead of like on the intro screen. But, like, I want to make sure people come in here and we're doing stuff, you know what I mean? I've watched this so many times, I've almost memorized it. Stream title. I don't like how on OBS it's hard to get, like, it's hard to just get your stream title. Oh, I guess it's not that hard, never mind.
Friday After Spice, available now on DVD and VHS in video stores near you.
Oops. There we go. Do you have a pillow with a pop cat? I do. You guys want to see it? I got a couple of funny meme pillows. Hold on. See? This pop cat. I got these two, but they've been relegated to storage. People happy, Sag, Poggers, and what is it again? I forget. I forget this one. I forget. It's fine. Yeah, just too many pillows. It's so mean. Pepega, that's the one. Thank you. Pepaga. Pepaga. Alright. Excuse me. Alright, so a little bit about my day, I guess. I unfortunately yeah, I won't get into details about that. Katie had something happen. It came up very suddenly. She's been having a rough go of it, so just give her some love in the chat. And I'll let her know that you guys said that you're thinking about her. If she would like to explain it when she gets back, she can do that. But she's been having a little bit of a rough go of it. So today, basically, I went to work out. I ran about 1.2 miles. And then I did squats. And then I did 2 sets of incline dumbbell press. And then I was cooked. And I know that doesn't sound like a whole lot. But for one, I did that back to back. And for another, I am getting, like, I'm doing more every time I go back. Every time I go back, I do a little bit more. And that's all it takes. You know, I'm already starting to see the physique fill out a little bit better. My stomach is getting a little smaller. You know, it's nice. And then I went to go, I went shopping. And I got pancakes. Or not pancakes, waffles. And I used our waffle maker, but I've never used a waffle maker before. I've only done it with the supervision of Katie. Right? Why do I do more cardio than you? Because, okay? I'm working on it. But, I was a lifter. I was a power lifter for a while. You know, power lifters hate cardio, famously. But I got waffles, right? I've never used a waffle maker, so I made waffle mix, which was easy. No, I did grease it, but I put too much waffle in it. So I had waffle juice spilling out the sides. You know? I did grease it. But I had waffle juices spilling out the sides. It was kind of bad, not gonna lie. So yeah, that was a thing. And it's actually still sitting in the kitchen. I still have to, how the fuck is it limited monetization? Thanks, YouTube. I still have to clean it. It did overflow quite a bit. It wasn't terrible, I guess. It didn't, like, ruin the kitchen, but, you know, I do gotta clean off the machine now. It happens to everyone? Okay, cool. Make your own waffles? I did make my own waffles! This time. Okay. But yeah, I did that. Made some waffles for Katie. Put some nice fruit on it for her. And for myself, of course. And then I voted. I went to vote. And to be honest with you, in the primary. And I voted against Joe Biden, of course, in the primary. It's voting day in Ohio, if you didn't know. So if you haven't voted yet in Ohio, you have it until 7:30 tonight. So about 4 hours left if you're in Ohio. And go vote against Joe Biden. And then I voted for... The only one that I actually voted for... Ohio court election. I forget which one. Ohio Democratic Court primary. Here we go. It was Lisa Forbes versus Terry Jamison. And I voted for Terry Jamison simply because Lisa Forbes was the one that the Democratic National Committee was endorsing. So I went with Terry Jamison. Just to be a little shit. I don't know a whole... Honestly, I don't know nearly enough about local politics. I don't. I need to be more informed about my own politics. And I keep saying that, and I probably will never get informed, but hey. It is what it is. I'm just some idiot who reacts to shit online, whatever. I just voted on my state primary? Nice. Really did a what?
Read.
Oh, the...
I am officially in my...
This is a Simpsons bit. Sorry, I always forget I gotta copy the link and paste it into my browser. For some reason, OBS has its own browser, and it's like stupid. It's really stupid. I'm sure there's a way to fix it. Am I allowed to show this? It's probably fine.
Space age out of this world moon waffles. Let's see here. Caramels, waffle batter, liquid smoke.
Oh god.
Ooh, waffle runoff.
Listen, my waffles were fine, okay? That...
Fattening.
Hold on, that's not my waffle. That's, what's her face? Butter Girl. What's her name? Butter Bitch? I can't remember. It starts, it's like Chloe or something. Chloe Cole, right? No, not Chloe Cole. Is it someone else? No, Chloe Cole's that one transphobe. Who am I thinking of? Whatever. I'm sure somebody will know. We just reacted to her. Me and Tina did. Butter Girl. Yeah, Butter Bitch. Melanie Mack. That's who it is. Melanie Mack. Chloe Cole, Melanie Mack, you know. I just voted on my state primary. Nice. What's up, Guitar Rocker? We're gonna get started in a second here. Let's see, I ran through my day. Okay, so first thing on the agenda. Here, let's just stop the music. Let's stop. I know it's fun. Sorry. But first thing on the agenda, we gotta look at Ben Shapiro's... What I hear is his abysmal take on retirement. Let's pull that up. And then after that, we got to go over the Gamergate shit. But I'll be honest with you guys, I really don't know that much about Gamergate. So it's going to be mostly an educational stream. And if chat wants to, like, inform me on shit too, that's fine. I hear Trump loved the uninformed masses. Yes, he does. And so did the conservative caucus, okay? It's not my fault that they... Listen. Listen, I'm doing my best, okay? I'm doing my best. I'm a good boy. Stop. Illinois might soon legalize medical psilocybin mushrooms. That's awesome. Good. Excellent. Oasis, what is this link and why is it purple? Is this Rick Astley again? Stop! Why do you always link Rick Astley? It's not funny anymore. I only laughed a little bit to show you I'm not that serious, but like, it's so predictable from you now. I'm not upset at you for linking it. I'm upset at you for being predictable. Was watching One Piece before coming on here. Let's go. Where are you at? Where are you at? You're at Jaya, right? Did you meet Blackbeard yet? Gotta meet Blackbeard. Guitar Rocker, for those who don't know, is my brother. He is watching One Piece. One Piece! The One Piece is real! Let me get much higher. Episode 147, let's go. I'll stick bug you next time. At least that won't be as predictable. They are currently in the process of attempting to make a Gamergate 2, but the thing about Gamergate is that it's got to be more organic. I feel like if you try to force it, like they can try, but I really don't think that they'll be able to. Okay. But like I said, it's going to be an educational stream because I don't know anything about Gamergate, or at least Gamergate 2. I know a little bit about Gamergate, but not very much. I don't know anything about Sweet Baby Inc. The only thing I really know is that Sweet Baby is the Sweet Baby Gang is like Matt Walsh's thing. And yeah, I want to look at Boogie's video basically and just try to get a grip on what's going on because I know that he and Tipster got into it. And it's funny because Boogie does not have a clean record, especially not as of late. He's kind of a lolcow, so it's funny seeing him try to lolcow somebody else. You simply can't do it if you're already a lolcow, you know what I mean? You can't do it. You know, and I felt for Boogie. I did. But now he's just trying to get attention. I don't think he even believes the shit that he's saying. I think he's just trying to get attention. And he's doing it by appealing to the Gamergaters, and it's not going to go well. Boogie2988, yeah, he's this guy. You may recognize him. I think he was the one who made a viral video back in the day that's like, I know I'm fucking fat. You know? Like, people shit on him all the time for being fat. Which is wrong, and you shouldn't do that, and I'm not going to do that. But I will show you guys something later that you can shit on him for. He's just basically a drama streamer, I think. Went broke from crypto shit? Nice. I don't know Wings of Redemption that well either. Gamergate, more like lamer bait. True. There's no way a second Gamergate wasn't coming considering today's climate. They can try, I just don't think they'll succeed. Yeah, my man's got to clean up his beard. Okay. We'll talk about all of it. Let's do Ben Shapiro first because I can already feel the need to pee coming on. I pee a lot, but you guys will have to deal with it. Here, actually, let me pull up a tweet from him real quick. Ben Shapipi. Ben Shapipi. Ben Shapipi, Social Security. Where's his tweet? I'm looking for a specific tweet from him. Does anybody have a link to the tweet if they know what I'm talking about? Wings was a COD YouTuber that went from 0 to lolcow in 2.8 seconds. Oof. That's rough. He can't even get his wife excited. Yeah, his wife's been dry as a bone for like the entirety of their marriage. Gotta feel bad for her. Oh, Oasis, you are the best. If this is the correct one, you are the best. If it's not, you're still the best for trying. Is this the one? So this one's from March 13th. This one's from March 12th. Yes, this is the one. Okay, so let's go in order of how this happened then. So duplicate. Sorry about the setup. We're going to get started here in a second. Okay, wait. So he doubles down. Okay, so help me out real quick. So basically what the order of things here is he has this clip, which is basically him saying that, you know, you shouldn't retire at the age of 65. And then he replies saying, you know, you shouldn't retire at all. And then he makes this clip later, like this 24-minute video. Is there like, I don't want to watch the whole 24 minutes, but I do want to see like something from it. Let's see. Man, we got a lot of viewers in here right now. Sorry guys, we're going to get started in a second, I promise. Let me just try to figure some shit out. Ben Shapiro, retirement. Let me see if I can just find one little clip from that segment. It looks like this is the famous one going... Oh, here we go. Nope, that's from Ben Shapiro again. Here, we'll just talk about the one clip. It's fine. Here, wait, what's this? Okay, yeah, we've got this one. Thank you. Okay, we're good. Retirement. It is the one thing that you have to look forward to as a worker. That and holidays. Basically anything that does not involve working is what you look forward to as a worker. But retirement is like the big holiday, right? It's the one where you're finally done. You get to say, okay, I have put in my time, I put in my hours, my labor, my whatever, right? I put my entire ball sack to the grind, and I've grinded against the stone for, 30, 40, 50 plus years, and I'm finally going to retire. And I can do whatever the fuck I want, right? Right? Yeah, because that's how that works, right? And ever since Social Security became a thing, retirement has come at about the age of 65 for most people. Because once you turn 65, the idea is that you get a basic, amount of income that you can spend and take care of yourself. You get some, I don't know exactly how it works, but you get some other benefits as well. I'm not good at the financial part of it, but the idea is that you're taken care of, right? When you're 65, we take care of you, period, end of story, right? But all that is on the table now. It's on the chopping block. Thanks to people like Ben Shapiro, who has an amazing take. He says no one in the United States should be retiring at 65 years old. Frankly, I think retirement itself is a stupid idea unless you have some sort of health problem. Now, this is a really stupid take for multiple reasons. One, if you're 65, you should just automatically get everything taken care of, right? You basically like revert to child, right? The state takes care of you. You don't have to worry about anything. You don't have to do anything. Like, I'm fine with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Again, I need to reiterate to you guys that I personally believe in a post-scarcity society, nobody should be forced to work. Nobody. It's simply not necessary. That being the case, I'm fine, for right now at least, with 65 years old being the cutoff. Because we live under capitalism, I can't snap my fingers and make things happen. So 65 years old, fine. Whatever. And it's been that way for a while. Now, granted, there's a point to be made here. The life expectancy has gone up since Social Security became a thing. So let's see when Social Security year implemented. So January 1937, life expectancy, 1937, United States. So in 1937, the life expectancy was about 60. Okay, if you average it, it's about 60. So basically they said once you turn 65, you got Social Security. So they really weren't probably planning very well for it, to be honest with you guys. That being said, now, life expectancy, now it's about 77 is the life expectancy for the U.S., okay? Which I still think is pretty low, honestly. We should be doing way better than that. We should have a life expectancy of like 90, to be honest. But that's capitalism for you. So, 1935 was when the agency opened. Thank you. That increases nothing compared to people's increased productivity. That is also a great point. Productivity has soared, okay? American productivity over time. Let's take a look. So here we go. We got from... This is just from 1987, mind you. All right? So you can see the beer, wine, and liquor stores definitely went up. What's this? Labor productivity in the U.S. manufacturing sector dropped by 5% since 2011. Okay, but if you see from so business and manufacturing both are way up from just 1980, right? It doesn't go back too far for most of these graphs, but you guys get the idea. Productivity has soared since then, okay? American productivity, 1937 to today. Let's see. Let's see if we can find one. Oh, would you look at that? So there you go. Billions of dollars. Okay? Now, I don't know if it's taking into account... I'm sure it's taking into account inflation. Where are these all from, anyway? I don't even know if I'm getting good sources here. Here, labor productivity trends in the U.S. Index of labor productivity. Let's take a look at this one. Thank you for bringing up that point. It's a good point. Automation technology makes bar go up. True. Okay. So this is from projectproduction.org. A linear trend shows a minus 0.32% per year decline in construction labor productivity, while the trend for all non-farm industries is positive 3.06% per year. The net impact over the 48-year time period is very significant. So for all non-farm industries, so farm is this one, and all non-farm industries is this one, from 1964 to about 2010. So you guys can see the lines going up, right? Productivity, the index of labor productivity line go up, okay? We make more products, we work longer, we work harder, we work faster, stronger. You guys get the idea. The whole song by that one guy, right? So anyway. Ben Shapiro doesn't care, okay? He has decided that you are going to work harder, better, faster, stronger, longer, and like it, and then not have retirement. You just get to do that until you die, until you pass away on the conveyor belt and decay on it, okay? Let's take a look at what he has to say.
And let's be real about this. It's insane that we haven't raised the retirement age in the United States. It's totally crazy. Joe Biden, if that were the case, Joe Biden should not be running.
Okay. Why? Because life expectancy went up? That doesn't mean that your ability to work goes up. That just means that you get to live longer. Like, that doesn't mean that that doesn't mean you necessarily can work harder. You just don't die of dysentery.
Running for president. Hey, Joe Biden is 81 years old.
My line goes
the
up to your
retirement
dad.
age in the United
Thank you.
States, at which you start to receive Social Security and you are eligible for Medicare, is 65. Joe Biden has technically been eligible for Social Security and Medicare for 16 years, and he wants to continue in office until he is 86.
Hold on, he talks way too fast. Let me go back.
Social Security and you are eligible for Medicare is 65. Joe Biden has technically been eligible for Social Security and Medicare for 16 years, and he wants to continue.
Yeah, and he should get off. He should just stop being president and go collect his Social Security. I agree.
In office until he is 86, which is 19 years past when he would be eligible for retirement. No one in the United States should be retiring at 65 years old. Frankly, I think retirement itself is a stupid idea.
Oh, I remember the one tweet that I was trying to think of. There was a Ben Shapiro tweet, and Dubsy, if you can find it, pull it up. If you can't, don't worry about it. But there was a Ben Shapiro tweet that said, okay, fine. If you guys want to make the age of retirement 65, then we should also do that for politicians. We should make it mandatory for politicians to quit at 65. But then your God Emperor, Joe Biden, would have to quit. Oh, woe is you, the Democrats. Oh, you have been owned in the marketplace of ideas. No, actually, that's a great idea. Let's do it. I think even fucking Bernie Sanders, who's, nearly as old as Joe Biden, if not as old, he's been 80 for like 50 years. I'm sure he'd probably agree too. Yeah, why not? Fuck it.
Yeah, unless you have some sort of health problem. Everybody that I know who is elderly, who has retired, is dead within 5 years. And if you talk to people who are elderly and they lose their purpose in life by losing their job and they stop working, things go to hell in a handbasket real quick. But put all of that aside.
Your purpose is not to work, okay? Your purpose is to be yourself and do the things that you like. That's your purpose. Okay, you don't work. Your purpose is not to work under a fucking boss until the day that you crumble. All right? You got art to do. You got shows to watch. You got places to see. You got experiences to have. No, I refuse to accept this narrative. Sorry, Ben.
Side, just on a
you can work
level
until you die. That's
and on
fine.
A logical level.
Not that Ben Shapiro actually works. This is his job.
When Franklin Delano Roosevelt established 65 as the retirement age, the average life expectancy in the United States was 63 years old. Today, the average life expectancy in the United States is close to 80.
We have the money to pay for it. Bottom line. Over 65, no longer work. Nope.
It's
you don't
totally
have to.
insane.
You can if you want,
but you
but you don't have
that
to.
You should be able to work from the time that you are essentially 20 to the time that you are 65, which is a 45-year period, pay in, and then you will receive Social Security benefits sufficient to support you and your family, you and your wife or whatever, for like another 20 years. That's crazy talk.
No, it's
that is not fiscally sustainable.
I think that no. I think that you should be able to do that forever. I think that you should have universal basic income. That's just me.
Sustainable.
It's perfectly sustainable.
If you have to raise the retirement age to 60.
Here's the thing. People assume that if you just get basic universal income, like let's say, put aside the retirement thing for a second. Let's say that you get basic universal income for everybody, right? Like starting when you're a baby, going all the way up until you die. Universal basic income, you get what you need, you give what you can, right? And the give what you can part is what's important. Okay, you don't have to be coerced to be a productive member of society. For most people, I should say. And most people who aren't productive are not happy. Okay? If you're not making things, if you're not doing things, if you're not, contributing to your surroundings, the vast majority of people are not happy living that way. Okay? It's usually a result of depression and burnout. All right? This idea that people would just stay home on their lazy fat asses on the couch or whatever and melt into it, and watch Grey's Anatomy all day. It's a farce. It's silly. All right? The other day, let me tell you guys a story. The other day, I was in a proper depressive state. One that I've never been in, like not that bad at least. I've been in one before, but that was really bad that day. And for the life of me, I couldn't figure out what I wanted to do with myself. Nothing felt satisfying. Nothing felt productive. Nothing felt like it meant anything or was entertaining or anything. And I was miserable that day. That was on Saturday, I remember. I was miserable. That was one of the worst days of my life. And I felt useless. And I think most people get to feel that way after not doing things for a long enough time. It's not going to be perfect ever. And there's always going to be some coercive elements. But I think in a more perfect world, we would simply trust people to be productive. You know what I mean? And yes, Ben needs to go shave.
67 or 68, that everyone is going to fall apart. My parents are that age. My parents are not retired. And they shouldn't retire. It would be very bad for them to retire. By the way, it's
Why?
disrespectful
Do you hate
to
your
people who are
parents?
67, 68, 69 years old to suggest that they are
nice.
in the same shape as people who are 65 were in 1940.
He's so lame, he didn't even go for the 69 joke.
It's not true at all. Have you met a 65-year-old lately? 65-year-olds are not old in the United States.
I don't care.
68-year-olds are not old in the United States. Again, Joe Biden thinks he's not old, and that dude is running for president again, and that dude actually is old, and he's 81.
Joe Biden, didn't he start his State of the Union speech by saying that he's super old? I'm pretty sure that's how he started it. It does look like he sprayed it on.
I failed to see how a country in which our entire...
Conservatives and spraying on their makeup. Name a better duo.
I failed to see how a country in which our entire leadership class is 80 plus is telling you that we should have a retirement age of 65. It makes no sense at all.
Agreed. Make them all quit. Good job. Good idea. Trump too. That would include Donald Trump. I'm just saying. But yeah, this could not be a more stupid platform to run on. Ever since Social Security was introduced, trying to run, well, he's not running. I'm not saying that, but a platform to have, I guess. You know, something to tout. Everybody got all over Ben Shapiro for this because Social Security is simply embedded in our society now. You know, like there's no putting that cat back in the bag. People like it too much. So if you try to tell people, no, your retirement age has to be higher, buddy. You got to work until you're nothing but bone. So you're nothing but bone till you rot into the ground. That's how long you have to work. It's not going to work. Okay. People are not going to like you very much. And people did not like this. You know, even conservatives like Social Security.
And let's be real about this. It's insane that we haven't raised the retirement age.
Sorry. Let's look up Social Security approval rating. Rating conservatives. Here we go. Public opinions from NASI.org. These findings hold true across party lines. Those agreeing include 87% of Democrats here. Americans are also willing to pay for Social Security. Let's just open the page. With 61 million people receiving Social Security benefits, Americans recognize that Social Security is a critical program. Large majorities of Americans say they don't mind paying Social Security taxes because of the security and stability the benefits provide to millions of retired Americans, disabled individuals, and children who and widowed spouses of deceased workers. These findings hold true across party lines. Those agreeing include 87% of Democrats, 81% of independents, and 72% of Republicans. Americans are also willing to pay for Social Security because they value it for themselves, 73%, and their families, 73%. Well, there you go. It's across party lines, baby. So Ben Shapiro, I'm sorry. This is a very shitty take from you. A shapoo-poo take, if you will. But what else is new? You know? His response was the following. Yesterday, I apparently broke the internet with the hot and spicy subject of Social Security and retirement. Today, I broke down what are actually two separate arguments that many are incorrectly conflating. 1. Social Security is a Ponzi scheme that is 100% going to bankrupt the country. 2. It's a free country. If you have the money to retire and you want to, that's your choice. But work is a large part of a fulfilling and purposeful life. And retirement as we know it today, sending the elderly out to pasture to wither away, is not how we were created to live. And then he has a 24-minute video, which we're not going to watch. That about sums it up. You know, he just thinks that retirement is apparently sending them out to pasture, which is not the case. It just means you don't have to slave away anymore. You know, and that's a good thing, actually, if you're 65 or older. Of course, Ben Shapiro is also part of the party that wants to bring back child labor, right? Child labor in Florida. Florida House votes to loosen child labor laws a year after tougher immigrant employment laws. A year after Florida enacted a new law making it more difficult for employers to hire immigrants in the country illegally, the House passed a bill Thursday to let 16 to 17-year-olds work longer and later hours. So if you're 16, you're in high school, you get to work 40 hours a week, you know, at minimum wage, on top of the homework, on top of football, on top of soccer, on top of band practice, on top of chess team, on top of, anything your parents need you to do, picking up your little sister from soccer practice, whatever. You know, like, you get to do all of that now. It's great, right? Right? Because we have 76 hours in there every day. There's plenty of time. Plenty of time to do all that, right? No, of course not. That's actually really stupid. So they just want, they just want people to work, is the bottom line. They want fetuses to work, On that note, sorry, there's a little bit of a tangent, but if you actually look and dig into the abortion argument, this is a little bit tinfoil hat of me, but if you look into the pro-life argument, quote-unquote pro-life, aka forced birth, you start to think maybe they just want more kids to be born so that they can toss them into the grinder, and extract their essence, keep the machine pumping so that they can, just profit. Maybe that's why they want that, I'm just saying. Yeah, they want an army of workers. They want they want an army of workers and an actual army to protect them from people who don't want an army of workers. Isn't there a contradiction here between Ben, no one should retire, and Ben, Joe Biden is too old? No, I'm sure. No, I don't think so. I think that you could break down, like, he thinks that Joe Biden's too old because he's got dementia or something. You know what I mean? I don't think Ben Shapiro, at least not outwardly, would say that people with dementia should work. I think even he's not that stupid. Yeah, it does sound more, my tinfoil hat conspiracy does sound more and more likely every day. Every day we peel off a layer of the tinfoil, right? Yes, great George Carlin quote. Thank you, Guitar Rocker. We'll end on that. Conservatives want live babies so they can raise them to be dead soldiers. And Dubsy, as much as I would love for you to put that in, please don't. It'll get copyright struck. So yeah, good quote to end on. And yeah, Ben Shapiro, redo that. Dubsy, cut that part out. I'm having a rough one. Ben Shapiro, suck my dick. Dubsy should not actually cut that out. It was very funny. I'm stuttering a lot today. I don't know what it is. I'll get over it.
Well, gamer.
Wait, not that. Oh, did I close out of my music tab? I think I did. Oh, no, I didn't. Ben Shapiro. Benson. Ben Shapooboo. Ben Shapoo Bear. Sorry, I was looking at my tongue. I'm drinking a Kool-Aid flavored energy drink and I thought my tongue might be red. Damn, this tweet's popping off. This dumbass posted this, not evolution. Trans women are women. 1,000 years later, male skeleton, approximately 25 years old. Which is rich, right? From the guy named Not Evolution. He posts on the daily about how evolution's fake, so I replied, rich seeing this coming from an account who's pretty ostensibly anti-archaeology. This was not that long ago that I posted this. It's got 51 likes, baby. And 8 comments. Jeez. Here, hold on. My favorite response.
Now, another interesting thing that this study did was determine the sex of the individuals at the lake. And this is a really beautiful study that I think all of you should keep and show next time you hear a TERF on the internet say, well, when they find your skeleton, they're going to know that you were a man. Because with our cutting-edge modern technology of 2023, of the 27 skeletons found at Rookund Lake, there were only to decisively determine the sexes of 2 of them. There was 1 confirmed male and 1 confirmed female. And then with that, there were 4 probable males and 5 probable females, and 16 individuals remained completely unidentified. So take that bone powder in your J.K. Rowling pipe.
Damn. Those 2 skeletons, here, the 1 confirmed male, the 1 confirmed female, you know what they look like? Here they are. Here they are. These are the confirmed male and female skeletons found at the lake. Confirmed. Archaeologists aren't looking at the interpersonal culture of the subject. Okay, but it doesn't, like... I want to know, right, if it's relevant, whether or not the person was male or female, because usually that has a strong cultural relevance, right? Like, that's fine. That's fine. But also, like, we should keep it in the context of, this is important because of this. You know, let's say Julius Caesar, it turns out, like, we find his skeleton. I don't know anything about history, so just bear with me. Let's say that we haven't found Julius Caesar's skeleton. If we haven't, we find it, and it turns out Julius Caesar was a female, right? Like, was born female. Okay. But all his life, he acted like and was treated like a man. You know? So all that would tell us is that he didn't have a penis. He had a vagina. Oh. Very, very nice. That's very important, I guess, to know, right? Right? It's like, no, it's not. Nobody cares. Just as a for instance. Of course, that would also... Honestly, I feel like they'd have a field day with that because they'd be like... The conservatives would be like, see, Julius Caesar wasn't gay. He wasn't gay, bro. Because I do know one thing, is that he was very gay for that one guy. They wrote letters back and forth and shit. Burial rituals vary between sexes, and some people who are born male are sometimes found buried in ways generally associated with female burial rituals. It's incredibly relevant. Yeah, no, it's relevant in many instances, of course. But I just gave you a scenario in which it's not relevant at all. Like, no, sorry. I don't know. My point is, I don't care that much. You know what I mean? Like, in terms of, trans people are going to die, and then when they're, like everybody will, eventually, right? And then when their remains are dug up, they'll actually, the archaeologist 1,000 years from now will see them as the other gender, and who gives a shit? You know? It's 1,000 years from now. That'd be a pretty big find for the science of archaeology. It would tell us a lot about the society. Okay. It was a bad example, but you guys get my point. In terms of what Julius Caesar actually did, whether he had a dick or a vagina is not that important. It's really not. We care so we can describe the situation accurately, but not to judge them. Yes. I blame the show Bones for getting us all hyped on being able to determine the sex of a person based on the bones she finds in each episode. Yeah, I don't know anything about the show. Like I said, I don't know anything about history or archaeology. It's not my thing. I did I don't know why I was going to bring this up, but whatever. I did one geology class, and that's the closest I ever got. Alec, can chat date you? I am in an open relationship, so sure. I haven't actually cashed that in a while. I've been too busy. I've been on my grind set. No time for bitches. No time. Only time for one. Mine. My wife. Soon to be wife. I do get it, just messing with you? Okay. Did you get to lick the rocks? It was an online geology class, and it was really boring. It was really boring. I did fine in it. I got a B, but it was really boring. We took online tests, and full disclosure, I looked up all the answers. Who gives a shit? Maybe lifting bros? Absolutely. I need to get back into serious lifting, though. What I need to do is separate my cardio from my lifting. If I do that, then I will be fucking juiced, dude. I'll be juiced. I want to see some of these comments. I genuinely want to know who the fuck trans cis has ever given one single consideration to having their skeleton found. True. Unfortunately, people like that believe whatever they need to believe at a moment's notice. True. Archaeologists aren't even able to tell a lot of the time. Yes. Good point. What up? We shouldn't give a fuck what someone thinks 1,000 years from now. Okay, yeah. That's all just people who agree with me. All right. Let me go to the bathroom real quick. I'm going to take a brief break. Give me like 10 minutes or so. And then we are going to come back strong and refreshed. Strong and refreshed. And we are going to do Gamergate 2 Electric Boogaloo. It's going to be a little bit of an educational stream, an educational segment. So stay tuned. Enjoy the music. I'll be back in 10 to 15 minutes.
What's your address? That's not a fair question.
What's the word on the street? 3, 2, 1, gone.
I return. Hello, everybody. Okay. All right, so we got to inform ourselves on what's going on with this Gamergate thing. Okay. I don't know how to even begin this, honestly, but I want to get informed. I guess we'll just start on the Gamergate Wikipedia page and then move to Sweet Baby. Now, if Alec ever gets a job looking at rocks, we have that clip of him saying he cheated on the rock bar to blackmail him with. True. My brother got a degree in geology, and that's all I heard from his friends. Oh, that people cheated on tests. Who gives a shit? It's an online test. Honestly, the way that tests should be structured in today's society is such that you find out where to get the information. If you can, in a timely manner, figure out where to get good information on rocks, you're good. And I did that. Okay? That's what I did. I got the information. So who gives a shit? If it's correct, who cares? That's how we do things in today's society. Maybe one day that will change, but for right now, that's what we're doing. So this idea of like closed book tests, the only reason you should have a closed book test is in like emergency scenarios. So right now, CPR, do it. CPR, do it. No. Put your phone away. Your friend is on the floor dying. CPR, do it. If you recognize that callback. For those who are newer, you probably know. You probably don't because the video's since been taken down. I do need to get it re-uploaded at some point. But that's a debate that I had with tankies who are fucking stupid. Claim that you can stop a heart attack with CPR. But that's my point is like CPR, 911 is part of CPR. Like that's one of the first steps. Before you even begin compressions, you're supposed to call 911. And I've heard that like they've since taken away like the rescue breaths. I need to get recertified. But rescue breaths are supposed to be done with a rebreather now. I guess that's a requirement. Either that or you just don't do them. That or there's also like masks that you can put on. But they don't want to be spreading diseases. Like you can give yourself a disease if you give somebody direct lip-to-lip CPR. So, understandable. Yes, you yell at somebody to call 911, but if you're the only person here, you call 911 first. It's better to not stop chest compressions? Oh, okay. I don't know. I'll figure it out when I get recertified. It's been a minute. Okay, I guess we should get going. Gamergate. What the fuck is it? I don't know. Well, I do know a little bit. Basically, Gamergate was, we're going to open the Wikipedia page, but my current understanding of Gamergate is that it was basically just a right-wing, hello, Winry. It was basically a right-wing campaign to take back video games from back then. They were calling it politically correct, right? In like 2014 to 2016-ish. And there was just a lot of people making fun of feminists, you know, making fun of anybody who was even moderately left-wing, moderately progressive. It was bad. It was a bad time on the internet for if you were a woman, if you were queer in any way, trans, gay, whatever. Even if you were black, it was a terrible, terrible time to be on the internet. SJWs, exactly. That was the time of liberal SJW content, React content, whatever. Now, I don't know very much beyond that. And yet, Boogie2988, this fella right here, has announced Gamergate 2. So what is that? Well, Sweet Baby Inc. versus Elon Musk. There's a lot to go over here, and we're going to go over it. So I don't know how long this is going to be. It could be 30 minutes. It could be 2 hours. Either way, I know that Dubsy is in it to win it, and will edit it no matter how long it takes. Right, buddy? Anyway. I guess we'll start with the Gamergate Wikipedia page. So let me... now we'll stay at this. This is actually the perfect size. Alright, Gamergate, or Gamergate GG, was a loosely organized misogynistic online harassment campaign and a right-wing backlash against feminism, diversity, and progressivism in video game culture. It was conducted using the hashtag Gamergate primarily in 2014 and 2015. Beginning in August 2014, Gamergate targeted women in the video game industry, most notably feminist media critic Anita Sarkeesian and video game developers Zoe Quinn and Brianna Wu. Now, I've heard of this person and this person, but not Zoe Quinn. Oh yeah, no, that's definitely somebody that they would have made fun of. So let's open all of these and just get a feel for these three. Now, Anita Sarkeesian, we'll start with her because I know that she was known for like her feminist video way back in the day about like feminism in video games. So we'll just get a little clip of that up. Anita Sarkeesian video games. Okay, so that's from 11 years ago. Is this the one? Here, we'll just open this to get an idea. It's from 11 years ago. And we'll just watch a little bit of it. Subtitles, okay. Please hurry it up.
Welcome to our multi-part video series exploring the roles and representations of women in video games. This project will examine the tropes, plot devices, and patterns most commonly associated with women in gaming from a systemic, big-picture perspective.
You guys are already trying to kind of getting the idea, right?
This series will include critical analysis of many beloved games and characters, but remember that it's both possible and even necessary to simultaneously enjoy media while also being critical of its more problematic or pernicious aspects. So, without further ado, let's jump right into The Damsel in Distress. Let's start with the story of a game that no one ever got to play. Back in 1999, game developer Rare was hard at work on a new original
Oh, this is going to be about the Star Fox thing. This is Crystal from the Star Fox dinosaur game.
Title for the Nintendo 64.
There's a whole thing about that.
The game was to star a 16-year-old hero named Crystal as one of two playable protagonists. She was tasked with traveling through time, fighting prehistoric monsters with her magical staff, and saving the world. She was strong, she was capable, and she was heroic.
And who might you be, animal girl?
My name is Crystal.
Yeah, a lot of that was kept in Star Fox.
Pretty cool, right? Well, it would have been, except the game never got released. As development on the project neared completion, legendary game designer Shigeru Miyamoto joked about how he thought it should be the third installment in his Star Fox franchise instead. Over the next 2 years, he and Nintendo did just that. They rewrote and redesigned the game and released it as Star Fox Adventures for the GameCube in 2002. In this revamped version...
Oof, big oof. Yeah, I'll let her explain.
Protagonist,
I won't
Crystal,
mansplain.
has been transformed into a damsel in distress and spends the vast majority of the game trapped inside a crystal
They didn't
prison,
change shit.
waiting to be rescued by the
They
new
barely
hero, Fox
changed
Fox.
it. I had nostalgia. Here, let's go back over it again. I had nostalgia from some of these scenes because I played the Star Fox game. I didn't play this game. This game never released. But like the staff, that guy was in it. Like this is all the same shit.
Pretty cool.
It was a little bit more low poly than the GameCube version, but that was all the same shit.
Instead, Crystal is given a skimpier, more sexualized outfit.
That part I don't care as much about.
She's beautiful.
But yeah, no, it was pretty overt.
What am I doing?
Put it away, man! There are children
That is
here.
cheesy saxophone music playing to make sure it's crystal clear that she is now an object
Ha!
of desire,
Crystal
even
clear.
while in suspended
I get it.
animation. To add
That's her
insult to
name.
injury, Fox is now using her magical staff to fight his way through the game to save her. The tale of how
That's pretty egregious, to be fair. Here, we'll go to this the end of this damsel in distress segment.
Crystal went from protagonist of her own epic adventure to the passive victim in someone else's game illustrates how
This
the
is all
damsel in distress
legit
trope
criticism.
disempowers female characters.
I agree with all of
and robs
this.
them of the chance to be heroes in their own right. The term damsel in distress is a translation of the French demoiselle en détresse. Demoiselle simply means young lady, while détresse means roughly anxiety or despair caused by a sense of abandonment, helplessness, or danger.
Auga!
In which a female character is placed
Oh,
in which she cannot escape on her own.
Oh, you're beautiful. I mean,
In video games, this is most often accomplished via kidnapping, but it can also take the form of petrification or demon possession, for example. Traditionally, the woman in distress is a family member.
All right, you guys get the idea. So basically what she's going on and on about is like legitimate criticism of the fact that the damsel in distress is like ubiquitous in the video game industry and in media at large, right? I mean, we see it everywhere all the time. Now that's largely changed in recent years, thankfully. And I don't think it's a particularly sexist trope by itself. But it became sexist over time, especially when you retcon things like the game where the fox girl was supposed to be the hero. You know? Like, they completely retconned it. It was quite egregious. But people didn't like this video very much, as you can see by the 21K versus 64K like to dislike ratio. Anita wasn't always spitting, but she did quite a bit. Yeah, I think in this video, there actually is a bit of, like, when she gets into her Donkey Kong take.
Wasn't able to secure the rights, Miyamoto created his own characters to fill the void, heavily influenced by the movie King Kong. The game's hero Jumpman was tasked with rescuing a damsel named the Lady after she's carried off by a giant ape. In later versions, she's renamed Pauline. Although Donkey Kong is perhaps the most famous early arcade
Like, I don't know. If she gets mad, I don't want to accuse her of anything she hasn't done, but, like, the whole Mario Princess Peach bit, I'm sorry, like, it's fine. I don't really care that much. Again, these are all games that are fine on their own. It's just that when you do the trope over and over and over and over again, it starts to become a pattern, and that's where it gets problematic, right? So anyway, that's Anita Sarkeesian. How about Brianna Wu? An American video game developer and computer programmer, she co-founded Giant Space Cat, an independent video game development studio with Amanda Warner in Boston, Massachusetts. She's also a blogger and a podcaster on matters relating to the video game industry. Now, I know her name, but I don't know her very well. I don't know her personally. Like, personally, obviously, I don't. But, like, I don't know her... Like, I don't know her story. That isn't Peach, it's Pauline. Right, yeah, but you got my point. Some of her takes were a bit off. I'm sure they were. But, you know, like, drastic times call for drastic measures. Sometimes you got to push back a little bit harder than you're supposed to. You know what I mean? At the age of 19, Wu formed a small animation studio to create an animated pilot episode. The venture was unsuccessful, resulting in her withdrawing from college and moved to Washington, D.C. to work in political fundraising for several years. She later worked as a journalist until she was inspired by the release of the iPhone to work as a graphical designer and created a video game. What's this game? Oh, that's just bringing up... Okay. So it doesn't name the video game. She married Frank Wu, four-time winner of the Hugo Award for Best Fan Artist. In 2010, she co-founded the company Giant Space Cat with Amanda Stenquist Warner. Wu was co-host of the weekly isometric podcast on Relay FM. The podcast was launched in May 2014 and covers the video game industry. On April 18, 2016, the isometric podcast was ended. The same hosts, including Wu, started a new podcast called Disruption on Relay FM, covering technology and culture. In 2020, she and Cenk Uygur co-founded Rebellion PAC, a political action committee with a focus on running advertisements in opposition to Donald Trump and in support of progressive get-out-the-vote efforts. Cool, based. I've heard of some stuff about her being sussy on NB people, but IDK how substantiated they are. Wait, what's what the fuck? I don't get it. Why does Sussy do that? Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. It's the Sussy emote. It's fun. Dubsy, zoom in on the Sussy emote. Okay, I want to see the Gamergate shit. Okay, Gamergate-related harassment. Here we go. In October 2014, Wu posted multiple tweets about Gamergate advocates, ridiculing them for, quote, fighting an apocalyptic future where women are 8% of programmers and not 3%. What's he? Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah, so she was getting mad about the Gamergate stuff that was kind of spurred on by this feminist frequency video and others like it. So she kind of threw her hat into the ring and paid for it, unfortunately. While she was monitoring 8chan's pro Gamergate Chan board, 8chan, by the way, had a ton of CP on it, from what I understand, while it existed. I think it's gone. Isn't it gone? I shouldn't search this. Is 8chan gone? Guess we'll get a little bit about 8chan on here as well. Image board website composed of user-created message boards. An owner moderates each board with minimal interaction from site administration. Site has been linked to white supremacy, neo-Nazism, the alt-right, racism, and anti-Semitism, hate crimes, and multiple mass shootings. Has been known to host child pornography. As a result, it was filtered out from Google search in 2015. Several of the site's boards played an active role in the Gamergate harassment campaign, encouraging Gamergate affiliates to frequent 8chan after 4chan banned the topic. 8chan is the home of the discredited QAnon conspiracy theory. Well, there you go. Shortly before the 2019 El Paso shooting, a four-page message justifying the attack was posted to the site, and police have stated that they are, quote, reasonably confident it was posted by the perpetrator. In the aftermath of the back-to-back mass shootings on August 3rd in El Paso and August 4th in Dayton, Ohio, respectively, the site was taken off ClearNet on August 5th, 2019, when network infrastructure provider Cloudflare stopped providing the content delivery network service. Foxility, a web service company that had been rendering service to Epic, the site's new domain registrar, as well as Epic CDN provider, subsidiary BitMitigate, also terminated service. So yeah, the site returned to ClearNet as 8kun in November 2019. So it exists, but it's heavily crippled now because of its involvement in all that. They're all Kiwi farms now. Yeah, they're all in Kiwi farms. Yeah, they all moved over to the dark web. 4chan still exists because I think they did eventually crack down on the CP. Not that it's perfect, but, you know, at least they tried. But yeah, no, of course it has CP. Alt-right and CP. Name a more iconic duo, right? So that's a little bit about 8chan. While she was monitoring 8chan's Pro Gamer Chan board, anonymous users posted sensitive personal information about her, including at least one post containing her address. So she was doxxed. Subsequently, Wu began receiving multiple specific rape and death threats, including her address, causing Wu to flee her home. These threats have been widely attributed to Gamergate supporters. In December, Wu said that she had received emails that contained images of mutilated dogs from people who identified as Gamergate supporters following the recent death of her dog. That's cool. So you can see that Gamergate was not pretty, guys. You can already tell we're barely into this and it's not pretty. Along with Anita Sarkeesian and Zoe Quinn, Wu was one of the targets of Gamergate harassment. In February 2015, she said, quote, by attacking me so viciously, they're helping give me the visibility to usher in the very game industry that they're terrified about. Wu started a legal defense fund for women targeted by Gamergate as of late 2014. The Wu family was also offering a cash reward for information leading to the prosecution of those who sent the death threats. Wow. By February 2015, she said she was spending a full day a week contacting law enforcement and was only attending events in the U.S. with a security detail. Jesus Christ. In March 2015, she said she had received 48 death threats during the previous 6 months. As of May 2019, she and her husband were still living under aliases. Yeah, so this is pretty serious shit. In early 2017, the FBI closed its investigation of the matter. The FBI identified 4 men who sent death threats and obtained confessions from 2 of them, one of whom stated that they had sent the threat as a, quote, joke. Oh yeah, but, quote, understood that it was a federal crime to send a threatening communication to anyone and will never do it again. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I ain't gonna do it again, I promise. I promise. The U.S. Attorney for the District of Massachusetts declined to prosecute, giving no specific reason. Wow, cool. Yeah. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. I'm so sorry. I won't send death threats anymore. I'm so sorry. Yeah. Okay. Okay. But next time. Right. Cool. Reacting to the report, Wu stated the FBI did not care about the investigation and that she was livid. In the wake of the 2019 Poway synagogue shooting, however, she said that the FBI needs dedicated agents who understand online culture, 8chan in particular. In August 2021, the Washington Post reported that, quote, despite the attempts to discredit her, wreck her career, and destroy her sense of safety, Wu has now become a vocal proponent of forgiveness for those who apologize and show they have grown. However, quote, insults and continued harassment still outnumber apologies, 10-1. Wu said that she was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder as a result of the harassment. Yeah, I imagine so. Anybody would be. I promise, Your Honor, I won't completely ruin people's lives anymore. It's just insane, man. Crazy. So that's Brianna Wu. Let's go back to Anita Sarkeesian for a bit. Feminist Frequency. She launched the nonprofit organization and website Feminist Frequency in 2009, jeez, while a student at New York University. At York University. Christ. Hold on. Let me take a breather for a second. Starting to get jumbled up. Okay, we won't go through all of this, but Feminist Frequency, I feel, is a bit important. Videos created for the site analyzed social and cultural gender structure and popular culture from a feminist standpoint, such as applying the Bechdel test. Now, if you don't know what the Bechdel test is, let's look at that. Sorry, we're going deep here, boys. The Bechdel test. The Bechdel-Wallace test. The test to measure the representation of women in film and other fiction. So basically, I somewhat know what it is, but I'll just let Wikipedia do the talking. The test asks whether a work features at least two female characters who have a conversation about something other than a man. In some iterations, the requirement that the two female characters have names is added. There's a very good video that I want to pull up real quick about how One Piece passes the Bechdel test. Here, it's from Melon T. I love Melon T. Where's the video? It will consume you. The One Piece video. Let me see if I can find the part.
How refreshing it is to have women. I was waiting for it to happen. Media talk about something. And when you understand that, Usopp becomes such a lovable and endearing character. And the same can be said for any other character who aren't these three fellas. Do you guys happen to know what the Bechdel test is?
Here we go.
If you don't, look it up.
She explains it very well.
It's essentially a test to see if two women in media talk about something other than men. One Piece passes it. One Piece passes the fucking Bechdel test. I know because I was waiting. I was waiting for it to happen, but it never did. And yes, this is how low the bar is for shonen, but oh my god, I cannot tell you how refreshing it is to have women characters be something other than the men they're surrounded by.
It's very true. I was watching Black Clover, and I stopped watching because it failed to the Bechdel test. It failed abhorrently, as does most shonen. But One Piece does not. One Piece passes. So that's the Bechdel test. Now, One Piece does have, like, a little bit of a problem with the diversity of women, like their forms and all that. But as characters, they are very well written. So that's the Bechdel test in a nutshell. Back to here. They applied it to pictures nominated for the 84th Academy Awards in 2012 and highlighted LEGO's role in reinforcing cultural norms. Partnered with Bitch magazine to create the video series Tropes vs. Women. Co-authored the essay Buffy vs. Bella, the re-emergence of the archetypal, is that how you pronounce it? I don't know. Feminine and vampire stories for the anthology Fanpires. Hold on. Jesus Christ. You guys get it. She was involved in a lot of feminist works. Let's go to the chat for a minute. What are you guys saying? As an aspiring screenwriter, fuck, I hate this thing. It's so arbitrary. Oh, the Bechdel test? I don't know. I don't feel like it's arbitrary. If you can't have two female characters talk about something other than a man, then I don't know. I don't want to watch your shit. It's stupid. I want fleshed out female characters. This criticism is some of the least offensive stuff anybody can say. Can't believe anybody got mad at it. Yeah, it's insane how butthurt these losers got. Imagine like ruining your entire fucking life over Anita Sarkeesian saying that maybe video games should be a little bit more feminist. You know, maybe just a little bit. The test is funny because it's very, very, very normal for shows to have two named male characters talk about something other than a woman. Yes, exactly. Okay. let's see. So you guys get it. Lots of works. As a target of harassment, the Tropes vs. Women project triggered a campaign of sexist harassment against Sarkeesian that included rape and death threats, hacking of her web pages and social media, and doxing. Attackers posted disparaging comments online, vandalized Sarkeesian's article on Wikipedia with racial slurs and sexual images, and sent Sarkeesian drawings of herself being raped by video game characters. One attacker created the computer game Beat Up Anita Sarkeesian, which prompted players to bloody a picture of Sarkeesian by clicking the mouse. Toronto feminist Stephanie Guthrie received death and rape threats for criticizing the Beat Up Anita Sarkeesian game. For just criticizing it. The resulting criminal trial against critic Gregory Allen Elliott is regarded as having significant implications for online freedom of speech in Canada. Sarkeesian responded to the threats against Guthrie in a statement to the Toronto Standard, condemning the widespread harassment she and other women have faced online. That's insane, man. Did I miss the Boogie segment? You didn't, Tipster. Welcome. Tipster's a big part of the Gamergate 2 shit, so I do have it pulled up. We're going to get to it. But I wanted to go over the original Gamergate just to really solidify in people's minds how bad it got. And in my mind as well, because I only loosely know about it. But yeah, let's keep going. By the way, Tipster, if you'd like to hop on for a minute and like talk about any of this after the video, I'd love to have you. If you have time, of course. Let's keep going. Where were we at? Anita Sarkeesian. Let's see. In March 2014, Sarkeesian was scheduled to speak and receive an award at the 2014 Game Developers' Choice Awards. The organizers later revealed that they had received an anonymous bomb threat and that San Francisco police had swept the Moscone Center Hall before the event proceeded. In August 2014, Feminist Frequency issued a new Tropes vs. Women in Games episode. This coincided with the ongoing harassment of Zoe Quinn as part of the Gamergate controversy. The increased volume and specificity of the harassment, including death threats, prompted Sarkeesian to leave her home. San Francisco police confirmed that they had passed the case file to the FBI investigation. Excellent, Tipster. I would love to have you. On October 14th, 2014, Sarkeesian and Utah State University received terrorist threats pertaining to her planned lecture at the university the following day. The threats, one of which was issued by a person who claimed to be affiliated with Gamergate, specifically cited the 1989 École Polytechnique massacre in Montreal, Quebec, Canada as inspiration. Now we got to open this. Anti-feminist mass shooting that occurred on December 6, 1989 at the École Polytechnique de Montréal in Montreal, Quebec. 14 women were murdered, and another 10 women and 4 men were injured. Well, there you go. The university and police did not believe the threats were credible inasmuch as they were consistent with others Sarkeesian had received, but scheduled enhanced security measures nonetheless. Sarkeesian canceled the event, however, feeling the planned security measures were insufficient, given that the university could not prohibit handguns in the venue per Utah state law. Cool. The threats resulted in public attention to the misogynistic and violent harassment on the internet, along with the propriety of concealed weapons on university campuses. In an editorial, the Salt Lake Tribune wrote that the threats, quote, would seem to support Sarkeesian's point about a link between some video games and violent attitudes towards females, and called on the state to allow universities to, quote, ban firearms from venues where they are not just inappropriate, but destructive of the mission of an institution of higher learning. I agree with that. Let's see. Is there anything else in here? VidCon 2017. Sarkeesian appeared on a panel discussing online harassment directed towards women. A group of YouTubers and bloggers who produce content critical of feminism and political correctness sat directly in front of the stage and filmed Sarkeesian as part of a targeted harassment campaign against her. Sarkeesian singled out British YouTuber Carl Benjamin, seated in the first row, as a serial harasser of hers. I want to see who this Carl Benjamin guy is. Oh, I've seen this guy, I think. Sargon of Akkad, there you go. So he was part of Gamergate. I knew I've heard of him. I don't know that much about Sargon, but there you go. So Sargon of Akkad was part of all this. Soygon. Speaking directly to Benjamin, she said, I hate to give you attention because you're a garbage human. Oof! Ooh. The event went viral among both critics and supporters of Sarkeesian. Benjamin accused Sarkeesian of abuse and cyberbullying. In a blog post, Sarkeesian wrote, Benjamin makes over $5,000 a month on Patreon. $5,000 a month! Another reference there, if you get that. To mock, insult, and discredit myself and other women online. And he's not alone. He is one of several YouTubers who profit from the cottage industry of online harassment and anti-feminism. Go to the chat for a second. A lot of dudes still get upset when female game characters aren't modeled feminine enough. Yep. I was definitely on the wrong side when all this went down, but I pretty much only consumed videos and didn't ever engage. But yeah, that's okay. Listen, I was also on the wrong side of this, kind of. I wasn't involved in it because I was still in like middle school, but like my political leanings would have had me on that side, okay? I definitely would have been a part of it. And who knows? Maybe I would have started in another universe. Maybe Alec Gunter was a YouTube channel who fucking propagated Gamergate. Like, you can't say for sure, but you're at where you're at now, so it's whatever. As long as you reform, that's the most important part. Yeah, he is a big Gamergater. I unfortunately used to watch Sargon. That's okay. We all come from our own places. All right, one more line. Two more. We'll just skip to this. Here. Yeah, in a retrospective for Polygon in December 2019, Sarkeesian said that quote, Gamergate's real goals were expressed in the explicit racism, sexism, and transphobia of the memes the movement generated and the posts its supporters wrote on the message boards where they organized and strategized. Later, the flimsiness of the, quote, ethics in games journalism pretense would become a mocking meme signifying a bad faith argument. It would almost be funny if Gamergate hadn't done so much harm and caused so much lasting trauma. Sarkeesian also criticized the video game industry's response to Gamergate, saying, quote, the game industry's silence was shameful. That's true. In August of 2020, Sarkeesian launched the Games and Online Harassment Hotline, a free nonprofit service that started development in August 2019. In August 2023, it was announced that the hotline would cease operating in September. That's kind of unfortunate. So that was just last year. Why is that? Oh, no, I thought that was... Sorry. I wonder why they stopped that. I wasn't involved in Gamergate at the time, but I did watch creators who were Gamergaters at the time. I didn't know it at the time, and while I had heard about Gamergate, I didn't really know what it was. It wasn't until later I looked into it and found out what it was. Yeah, see, I'm looking into it now, and it's even worse than I even thought. All right, let's move on to Zoe Quinn. Zoe Tiberius Quinn, American video game developer, programmer, and writer. Quinn developed the interactive fiction game Depressed Quest, which was released in 2013. In 2014, a defamatory blog post by their ex-boyfriend sparked the online harassment campaign known as Gamergate. Okay, defamatory blog post. Oh, sorry, that's just the word defamatory. During which Quinn was subject to extensive harassment, including doxing, rape threats, and death threats. So this is just going to be all be the same shit, basically. Okay. Harassment and Gamergate. We'll try to skim through this real quick. Quinn has faced harassment in response to Depression Quest since the game's initial release. This intensified... Here, what's Depression Quest? Conceives as a choose-your-own-path adventure detailing the troubled life of a person suffering from depression, with many of the correct paths blocked due to a protagonist struggle with mental self-care. Quinn thought this sort of game narrative would be a good way to depict depression, imposing a set of rules on players that might not experience such problems in their day-to-day lives. That's pretty creative, I think. That's awesome. So yeah, they shit on depression too. They just shit on all of it. Quinn initially withdrew the game from Steam's Greenlight service after having a detailed rape threat mailed to her home address. When they brought Depression Quest back to Greenlight, Quinn began receiving threatening phone calls. In August 2014, Aaron Gioni, a former boyfriend of Quinn, posted a lengthy blog post detailing his relationship with them. Based on the contents of the post, Quinn was falsely accused of receiving positive coverage from a journalist with whom they were in a relationship. It was later shown that the journalist, Nathan Grayson, had only written about Quinn once before they started a relationship. These accusations sparked the harassment campaign known as Gamergate. Quinn suffered extensive harassment, including doxing, rape threats, and death threats. Media coverage of Gamergate resulted in widespread recognition of sexism in gaming. So you guys get the idea, right? We won't get through all of this, but... She published a memoir, Crash Over at How Gamergate Nearly Destroyed My Life, and how we can win the fight against online hate. So she got rape threats, death threats, and was doxxed, basically. So yeah, there you go. That's Gamergate in a nutshell. And those, we're not limited to just those 3, by the way. Gamergate extended to anybody. I would have been part of Gamergate too. I would have been, like, if I were as I am now, I would have gotten death threats. I would have been called, like, all kinds of slurs, probably. I would have been doxxed, like, had Kiwi Farms threads written on me. Like, it would have been insane. I would have been jumping house to house. Like, my life would have been miserable if I were doing back then what I'm doing now. And that's why I don't think that Gamergate 2 is going to be nearly as bad. It could be, don't get me wrong. But I don't even think Gamergate 2 is a thing yet, frankly. Unless it is, I don't know. The next part of this equation is Sweet Baby Inc. And I don't know that much about Sweet Baby Inc., but I have heard a lot about it. So I guess the best place to start would be from the source, right? At the time, he was a minor fixture and never a secret about his leanings. I don't know who you're talking about. I've watched Jake videos about Armored Skeptic. IRC Armored had bad takes, but now he's just gone full clickbaity rage and is flying a little too close to the conspiracy, son. But Alex Zoe Quinn copyright struck Mundane Matt. Oh, well, there you go. Well, that's pretty true. Can't copyright strike people. It was just a massive attack against women in gaming hidden under the veil of ethics and gaming journalism, yeah. Okay. Mundane Matt made a full comeback. He's now a decent person. That's good to see. Founded in 2018, Sweet Baby Inc. is a narrative development and consultation studio based in Montreal and working around the globe. Our mission is to tell better, more empathetic stories while diversifying and enriching the video game industry. We aim to make games more engaging, more fun, more meaningful, and more inclusive for everyone. That sounds pretty okay. Services. We believe you need diverse voices to solve diverse problems. Sweet Baby Inc. provides narrative consultation at any stage of development, boasting a talented team with vetted industry experience to best bring your story to life. Outreach. New and marginalized talent can change this industry if given the proper support. We want to provide this through our outreach programs. Let's take a look. I am human. New and marginalized talent can change this industry if given the proper support. We want to provide this through our outreach programs. Industry reform. From opaque industry practices to a lack of entry-level roles, we understand the overwhelming challenges that come with finding a space in games. We firmly believe that open communication, compassion, and the fostering of new talent are vital to transforming the games space into a kinder, more collaborative industry. The industry is far from where it needs to be, but we believe it can get there with shared resources, diverse talent, and transparent industry dialogue. Okay. So basically, they're just like giving information to people and advice to people who are making games to help them diversify it a little bit. Right? Do I have that right? Like how... Here, projects. We love making games, no matter the size or scope, and we're always excited to help you tell the best story possible. Featured project, Sable. Well, this looks cool. Sable is an open-world exploration game where you're free to go wherever you want to discover who you are. We wrote the game bringing Sable's inner voice to life and adding dimension to the incredible cast of characters she meets on her journey. I think that sounds fine. Hello, Big Room. Gamergate, from Tipster. Gamergate eventually became a grifter's wet dream, allowing right-wingers to profit off the outrage in numerous ways, which eventually led to the downfall of Gamergate, which is why this time around it won't go far. Someone is already trying to grift off of it. Yeah, so I was actually going to get to your tweet about that, and I'll pull that up. Just so I have it. So, Tipster, can you tell me, like, how this whole Gamergate 2 thing started? Like, do you know, like, what tweet, like, it came from? Because I know that people are upset about, here, maybe it'd be good to look up a video about it. Okay, we'll keep that open. I need my music. Sweet Baby Inc. From the Critical Drinker. Sweet Baby Inc. disaster. Sweet Baby Inc. CEO is nuts. We watched this, but I didn't upload it just because I didn't think it was a very good segment. I didn't know anything about Sweet Baby Inc. Sweet Baby Inc. is awful. Sweet Baby Inc. client exposed, bans everyone in response. This is all AI garbage, I guarantee you. Oh, well, maybe it's not. They have the correct number of fingers. I don't know. Could be either. I have Sable. I need to beat it someday. Yeah, I don't know. It seems fine. Massive win for gamers. Where do I even start with this shit? Let's just search it. Top. Far-right pop culture channel Geeks and Gamers is starting a war with Matt Walsh because he's... For this from the Surfs. Because he's joining in on the Sweet Baby Inc. gravy train. It has nothing to do with the Sweet Baby getting diaper fetish dolls that he sold to children before Daily Wire removed the product. Here we go. Madden Sweet Baby Inc. edition. Yes, we have to get some racism and fat phobia in there. This is AI-generated slop, by the way. Here. This isn't actually happening, which is why they need a computer to generate slop and convince people that it is or that it will. Not that there's anything wrong with black women in football, mind you. Here, not that there's anything wrong with what's happening here. It's just a black woman playing football. I don't see the issue. It's fine. I don't know of an origin tweet, but basically started with a Steam curator group that listed all Sweet Baby Inc. games, and when the employees of Sweet Baby Inc. tried to have the group flagged down, it really kicked up a lot of dust. Oh, okay. Thank you, Tipster. The right-wingers think Sweet Baby Inc. is forcing wokeness into gaming. No, they're just like a consult. They're just like to consult, right? To make sure that like I am being as open and diverse as possible in my game, okay? Like, okay, let's say that this is real. Okay, now what? Now what? Oh, are you upset? I don't know. She looks pretty, pretty well prepared for a football game to me. You know, it's a big girl. She's towering over this guy. I'd say she could run that ball down the field with nobody stopping her. The only problem here is she's not wearing any pads or a helmet. That's the only issue I see. Sweet Baby Inc. doesn't do what you think it does and has no impact on game development. Sweet Baby Inc.'s work is too important for us to get rid of. Pick one gaming journos. This is why fat people actually do well in football. Dude, linemen are some of the fucking fattest people you'll ever see. And they're proud of it, too. I was a lineman. We called them the fat boys back in high school. We're the fat boys, okay? You were fat as fuck. And that's good, because you're a tank. You want to be a tank. Sometimes that body style, there's the body style. Sometimes that body type is what you're looking for. Bodybuilders, or not bodybuilders, power lifters. Look at some of these power lifters, man. Not these guys. Here, this guy... Power lifter. Oh shit, I don't even know if I can show some of this shit. I gotta be careful. Here, hold on. Ah. Yeah, let's just not. Let's just not. I don't think the sensors will catch that. Alec with a lineman build. Oh yeah, no, I was a tank, dude. Eddie Hall. Yeah, look at this boy. He's a big boy. He's a big boy. Jesus. It's a little blurry. Yeah, right there. Like, goddamn. On the left, at least. On the right, he's got that six-pack. Like, holy shit. That is a chunker. Anyway, you guys get the idea. There's nothing wrong with it. Okay, so how did Boogie get involved in this? So for those who don't know who Boogie2988 is, basically what I do here, let's just look him up. Boogie2988. Okay, thanks Google. Stephen Jason Williams, better known by his online alias Boogie2988 or simply Boogie, is an American YouTuber, best known for his video rants about video games and nerd culture as a character named Francis. Now, the reason that I'm bringing up Boogie2988 specifically is because he got into a beef with Tipster, who is a good friend of the show. And Tipster's in chat right now, and he'll probably be coming on a little bit later to talk about what's going on. But for right now, all you have to know is that those two got into a bit of a back and forth. So, he's going to be the one we're focusing on, but keep in mind throughout this that, like, Matt Walsh is involved now. There are a ton of drama streamers and YouTubers involved in this now. They're trying to bring back Gamergate. Remember all the shit that we talked about with the doxing, with the harassment, with the death threats and rape threats? They're trying to bring that back. They want it back. Okay? So keep that in mind through all of this. All right. YouTube career. The Francis character is based on stereotypes of nerdy video game players and often parodies trending video game news, reactions, and culture. Williams based the character on his early life experiences and has said that he wants viewers to hate the character for embodying the gamer stereotypes. Give me a second again, sorry. Oy. Williams' videos ranged from absurd rants to serious discussions on daily life, such as the ethics of paid promotion on YouTube channels and his experiences with mental health. Williams won the Trending Gamer Award at the Game Awards 2016. In June 2016, Williams' YouTube account was temporarily closed due to an anonymous hacker. The unidentified person got hold of his phone number via Verizon during his time at VidCon. Blah, blah, blah. You guys get the idea with that. Face streamer Wings of Redemption in a boxing match on the preliminary card of MF and Dazn. Okay, yeah. Controversies. Here we go. In October 2018, Williams faced scrutiny due to his relationship with the controversial counseling service BetterHelp. He and other YouTubers sponsored by the service were accused of profiting from mental illness, which led to Williams publicly terminating his partnership with the company. Well, that's nice at least. Later that month, Williams was removed from a Dungeons & Dragons charity event due to concerns from LGBT activists. Huh. Okay. I would like to know a little bit more about that, but whatever. In February 2019, Williams was criticized when he joked that he would, quote, make a better team leader over this. Wait. Before I continue, I think that this right here was his Joker moment. When he got removed from the D&D campaign because of LGBTQ activists. That's his Joker moment. Okay, in 2019, Williams was criticized when he joked that he would, quote, make a better team leader over another player due to their parents' divorce and correlated it with anger issues during a live stream of the game Apex Legends. Jesus, dude. In April 2019, Williams admitted to potentially committing tax fraud. He stated that he purchases Magic the Gathering cards for his channel, writes them off as business expense, and then resells them without claiming the income on his taxes. The IRS states that the income above $400 from self-employment must be reported. In June 2019, Williams faced criticism after clips from older live streams of him making racially charged comments resurfaced. He commented during one live stream, "That's a lot of money, I guess, for a person of color, or is it not?" Okay. You can't just say that, man. Jesus Christ. Yes. That's yes, for a person like, you. Oh, what do you mean that? Oh, just like this. Oh, no, dude. After receiving a $3 donation him to clarify that he did not actually purchase the car, but rather only put a down payment on it, and that he had canceled the order as a result of backlash against him, among other things. In August 2019, Williams made a controversial statement against his internet trolls where he claimed, quote, "I think that there are rapists and Nazis out there." Oh, shit. "Who are more redeemable than you because at least they're doing something they believe in." Christ. F? My stream F? Hold on. Stream fine, false alarm. Seems to be fine. All right, where were we at? Where's Boogie? Oh, there you are. Okay. Oh, aggravated assault charge. In September 2020, Williams began trending on Twitter after news broke out of an ongoing conflict between him and Frank Hassel, a YouTuber who began harassing him over the course of several months after suspecting he was the cause of his channel's termination. After Hassel made his way down to Williams' home in Arkansas, the two were interviewed by Keemstar, in which Williams threatened to kill Hassel if he stepped on his property. The next day after Hassel showed up at his house wearing a GoPro, Williams pulled out a revolver and fired a warning shot into the air. Hassel eventually left and the entire incident was caught on camera. A police investigation was launched shortly afterwards. On May 7, 2021, a warrant was issued for Williams' arrest on charge of aggravated assault with a $5,000 bond by the Washington County, Arkansas Sheriff's Department. Williams turned himself in on May 12th, was processed over the course of 3 hours, and posted bail. What a fucking L, man. That's where this infamous photo comes from? Oh! Fucking dipshit. What an idiot. At least Nazis had an ethos, Walter. All right. One thing that I want to show you before we jump into all this is at a certain point, Boogie was a little bit down on his luck financially. And I would like to show you guys. I just want to remind you guys. Oh, wait, hold on. I don't want to close out of that. Keep that open. Here, let me go through my tabs real quick. Dubsy, sorry about this. Okay, I need that. I don't need that. 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 Okay, we're done with this. Okay. We'll keep that open. Okay. Let me show you guys something. Here we go. Okay, so Boogie got into it with Tipster a little bit, and in response, I just wanted to remind everybody of, you know, just a little interview that Boogie had when talking, I believe, to an advisor, like an employment advisor, because he's not making enough on YouTube anymore because he's a fucking L, like a walking L. So let me just ingrain it into your brains how much of a walking L this man is.
I have no references, no work history, no education. When you Google my name, you might see rumors that I
Okay, sorry. It's really quiet. Hold on, let me turn it up.
I have no references, no work history, no education. When you Google my name, you might see rumors that I beat my ex-wife. Should mention I'm also a felon.
What's the nature of your felony?
Aggravated assault.
How old is it?
About 2 years.
There you go. That's all you need to see. He's a walking L. All right, all that being said, how does all of this come together? Well, he doesn't like Sweet Baby Inc. very much, along with a lot of other creators. And I just want to dig into this drama specifically once again because Tipster's a good friend of the show. And once again, he is a walking L. Nothing that he says here should be taken with any grain of seriousness. And I don't know, let's just begin. And then afterwards, we'll talk to Tipster a little bit.
Well, gamers, grab your Mountain Dew, lock and load your controllers. Gamergate 2 has officially
begun. And who's leading the clapback?
Open up
time?
Kiwi
Is it,
Farms.
Just some random neckbeard on the internet like me? No, it's Elon.
Clicky clack at your
freaking Musk.
keyboards.
And you might be asking, who is
Clicky clack at your keyboards. Make sure to send out all those death and rape threats, right? Right? Force people to move houses. That's cool. That's a cool thing that they did. Right? Harass people.
Elon
right?
squaring off against? Is it some Anita Sarkeesian type? No. It's Homeland Security. I'm going to break this video down into two parts. The first of which is to get people caught up to speed as to exactly what's happening and why it's happening. And secondly, as an old head who lived through the first Gamergate and in fact made quite a few mistakes during the first Gamergate.
Mistakes?
I want to talk about my opinion on...
Oh, what did you do? Harass people? I don't think that he was part of that harassment campaign, was he? Maybe he was. I don't know.
What's probably going to happen here and what we should be doing. Now, all of this starts with a company that you probably never heard of, known as Sweet Baby Incorporated.
Hey, we went over that.
Which, in their own words, is a narrative development and consultation studio based in Montreal and working around the globe. Their mission is to tell better, more empathetic stories while diversifying.
Turns out none of that Kiwi Farms Keppels thing was legit, but that's a topic for a different week. Okay, yeah, I don't know anything about that. I'm not even going to begin to touch that right now.
Enriching the video games industry. They aim to make more games more engaging, more fun, more meaningful, and more inclusive for everyone. Spoiler alert, they mostly failed to do so. Now, right here on their website, you'll see a list of games that they have worked on. And this
He was a fence sitter who didn't get involved much, but he regrets being on, quote, the wrong side of history. What do you mean the wrong side? That he was on, like, the side that didn't harass people? You know? Oh, sorry, you can't even see Boogie. Hold on. Here, I'll go down here. Like, no, that's the correct side. Don't harass people. Don't send people death and rape threats. That's really weird and gross, actually.
This is
Force people to fucking
later,
move
so
homes.
take a big note. But you'll see that some of these games have been too big to fail. God of War Ragnarok, sequel to the original God of War. Alan Wake 2 sequel.
By the way,
to
I love that they're
Alan Wake,
like
Spider-Man.
Aren't they calling God of War Ragnarok and also the previous God of War woke now? Like, they're calling those woke because he, like, wasn't aggressive enough. Like, Kratos wasn't, like, just going around killing everything in sight. You know? I'm just saying. No games they worked with. I don't know what games they work with at all. They didn't work with any of those? Okay, let's just keep going.
And too big to fail. And some other games on here are some real stinkers. Like Suicide.
Did he say that they worked on these? Hold on.
So take a big note. But spoiler alert, they mostly failed to do so. Now, right here on their website, you'll see a list of games that they have worked on. And this is important
Announced
later,
projects.
so take a big note. But you'll see that some of these games have been too big to fail.
No, these are games that they worked with.
God of War Ragnarok, sequel to the original God of War.
I was confused.
Alan Wake 2, sequel to the original Alan Wake. Spider-Man 2, too big to fail. And some other games on here are some real stinkers, like Suicide Squad, where they worked on the script writing, the banter, the cutscenes, and other things. The things
like
that
a
make
healthy
Suicide
mix.
Squad utterly fail. Meanwhile, over here on Steam, you'll see these curation pages where people can curate lists of games based on all kinds of different things, whether or not they recommend them or don't recommend them, the type of game they are, the type of DRM they use. And this user decided to create a list of games based on games that Sweet Baby Incorporated had worked on. That way, if you've had a good experience with this company in the past, you could play that game based on that recommendation. And if you've had a bad experience in the past, you can choose to avoid that game. And this is just here to inform the consumer. Well, eventually, this Steam group caught the attention of Chris Kindred, who works for Sweet Baby Incorporated. And Chris tweeted out saying that there was a harassment group dedicated to harassing Sweet Baby Incorporated, and that it obviously doesn't adhere to Steam's policies and code of conduct. And she encouraged people to report the hell out of the group in the hopes that it would get taken down. And while you're at it, why don't you report this guy, the guy who created this consumer advocacy list, report his account that he spent...
Cabrutus? Hold up. Cabrutus. Steam campaign. Kotaku in action. Upsetting news. Cabrutus. So what happened with Cabrutus? What's this? To recap? Can we trust Prince Tyler? Here's Cabrutus. Something's brewing. They're scrubbing numerous pages correlated to the government involvement. What? What's going on with Cabrutus? The return of Gamergate is smaller and sadder. From The Verge. Here, this will be a good source. All right. A group of gamers has mobilized a harassment campaign against a story consulting company, marginalized developers, and journalists in protest of what they see as, quote, forced diversity in gaming. The Discord server at the center of Gamergate 2.0 is, in some respects, like any other online community. While I was there, I observed people talking about their day, blah, blah, blah. One chat room over the server was filled with racist memes, sexist and ableist slurs, anti-Semitic messages, and incitations of violence against women and people of color. And at the center of it all was one video game narrative development company, Sweet Baby Inc. This growing group of people want to believe themselves a new incarnation of Gamergate, a harassment campaign started in 2014, blah, blah, blah. We already know all that. This time, instead of assembling under the false banner of, quote, ethics and journalism, this new campaign has chosen wokeism and Sweet Baby as the focus of their grievances. The result has been a wave of bigoted harassment targeting marginalized developers, journalists, and gamers. On social media, the employees of Sweet Baby are subject to a deluge of death threats. Cool. So yeah, they are doing Gamergate 2, or at least attempting. They're just sending death threats to people. That's pretty cool. Developers who have spoken out in support of Sweet Baby are faced with similar treatment, with several making their accounts private in an attempt to stem the tide of abuse. Journalists reporting on the story have become subject to the same harassment they're covering. The resulting frenzy has been amplified by major actors in the right-wing media sphere, including Libs of TikTok, Matt Walsh, Ian Miles Cheong, and Elon Musk. The things they say in our inboxes is the most evil stuff you've ever seen in your life, says David Bedard, co-founder and COO of Sweet Baby, in an interview with The Verge. The harassment campaign against Sweet Baby echoes the Gamergate movement of 10 years ago, once again targeting women, people of color, and journalists in the gaming industry. But this time, the events are playing out differently. Developers and gamers are pushing back, affirming that the kind of diversity these people rail against is here to stay. Based. And after speaking with Sweet Baby employees and spending time with their detractors, it is clear the goals of this harassment campaign are largely a reactionary backlash against trends in video games that cannot be meaningfully stopped. Sweet Baby was co-founded in Montreal, blah, blah, blah. Offer services like script writing, story reviews, and sensitivity readings. The Neo Gamergate fervor surrounding Sweet Baby started with a Brazilian Steam user by the name of Cabrutus. Here we go. In January, he created the Steam curation page called Sweet Baby Inc. Detected, SBID, which the page's description explains is a, quote, tracker for games involved with Sweet Baby Inc. Why, though? Like, for what purpose? Like, if the game's good, then play it. If it's not good, don't play it. Stop harassing people. It's just a list for the mob to review bomb. Okay, so all it is a list. Okay, so yeah, he's basically just taking games and having people review bomb them. Which is stupid. That ruins the point of reviews. Most of those people probably didn't even play the fucking games. So yeah, I would crack down on that. I would want Steam to crack down on that. People who have not played the games don't get to review them. You know? And, you know, like, if they're just doing this for the sole purpose of Sweet Baby worked on it, then yeah, I would absolutely want Steam to crack down on it. The Neo Gamergate fervor surrounding Sweet Baby started with... I already read that, sorry. According to an interview with Cabrutus and Geeks and Gamers, he believes Sweet Baby is responsible for, quote, forcing political agendas and DEI, the abbreviation for diversity, equity, and inclusion, into their games. Yeah, they just don't want diversity, equity, and inclusion, which is stupid. Cabrutus believes that any diverse characters or stories in Sweet Baby games are the result of its employees exerting pressure on developers to make additions or changes they might not otherwise make. Quote, I started noticing patterns in some games, like ugly women and male characters being weakened to make female ones look stronger. Ugly women, no, ugly women in my game. How dare they? Oh, woe is me. How will I go on? The game that brought his attention to Sweet Baby was God of War Ragnarok. Here, what's the ratings on that? God of War Ragnarok ratings. Wow, 4.7 out of 5. From what? Is that from Metacritic? No, it's from Google. 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. Like, yeah, people love this fucking game. Terrible game to start with, in my opinion. When a giant property succeeds, they say it's the property, and when it fails, it's because of SBI, which is very hypocritical of them. That's true. So they're saying it's because it's God of War? But Star Wars, here, Star Wars Battlefront ratings. This is the new Battlefront. No, this is the old one. 4.4. Didn't it have horrific ratings at first? I thought it did. Here, 2015. Okay, I was wrong about that one. I can't think of off the top of my head a big franchise that had a failing game. Harry Potter, no. I don't know. The idea is, though... Wait, Crash Bandicoot. Crash Bandicoot remake ratings. .5 out of 10. I thought this one had bad ratings, too. This one had an 80%. So it's not like raving. You're thinking of the second Battlefront Star Wars? The second one? Oh, Battlefront Classic Collection has reached overwhelmingly negative reviews. On par with games like Overwatch 2. Overwatch 2 is another big one. Overwatch has the name Overwatch 2 ratings. 1.8! 1.8 on Overwatch 2. Oh, but it's the title, right? But it's the title. That's why God of War was so well renowned, right? It was so well received, right? Totally. The Classic Collection is abysmal. That sucks because I bought it. I was gonna play it. I heard that the story mode's at least good, right? Maybe I'm just coping. Whatever. I want to go through the rest of this article, honestly. This is a really good article. Or at least more of it. According to Cabrutus and the thousands of followers he's recruited through a Steam group and Discord server, developers have no choice but to make these, quote, woke narrative changes. SBID argues that the game companies are forced to add, quote, wokeness to improve their ESG scores, a measure of environmental, social, and governance considerations, if they want to land investors. Part of that might be a little bit true. I'm not going to say that that's not true. They do have to appeal to advertisers, but you also have to appeal to advertisers by including black people and women. And people of color in general. Like, wow, in your video games. Wow, just like in real life, right? Wow, video games have to reflect reality a little bit, right? They can't just all be stock white people. Because that's stupid and boring, honestly. Like, even, like, why would you want that anyway? That's boring. The Avengers game 2? Yeah, too big to fail isn't a thing. Not with games. Gamers are very finicky. SBID supporters also argue that Sweet Baby has coerced developers into making changes through fear, pointing to out-of-context quotes from the company. I think I remember that. The most widely circulated example involves a clip of a talk Belair, a black woman, gave at the Game Developers Conference in 2019. In it, she counsels developers to, quote, terrify their bosses with the, quote, threat of cancellation if their requests for inclusivity are not met. But a look at the clip's full context tells a different story. It's clear that Belair didn't want developers to scare their superiors into inclusivity. Instead, she wanted them to enlist support from the employees, those on the marketing and community side, who stand to receive the most backlash from players if those concerns aren't taken seriously. Okay, so this is the entire video. We're not going to watch that. In reality, Sweet Baby and other video game consultants are contracted by the studios to support their studio's own goal. They consult, wrote Mary Kenny, the associate narrative director on the forthcoming Wolverine game from the Insomniac Games, who worked with Sweet Baby on another Insomniac title, Marvel Spider-Man 2. They do research, pitch ideas, give feedback, and maybe even write scripts, but none of that gets into the game unless the core dev team agrees with it. Sometimes we'll be brought in to just look at a project storyline to give feedback on it to find ways that they can better kind of align with gameplay mechanics, Belair said. Kyle Rowley, game director on Alan Wake 2, responded to a rumor on X that Sweet Baby was responsible for changing Saga Anderson, one of the game's main characters, from a white woman to a black woman. It is absolutely not true, he wrote. So yeah, you guys get the idea. We won't read the rest of the article, but all Sweet Baby is doing is fucking... They're a consultant. They're a consultant. That's it. That's it. This is not a big deal. Let's keep going.
But all this time and
sorry, that was a long segue, but I think it was important. We got the full context now of what this is and why they're getting upset. They're just getting upset because diversity is a thing now and it's not going anywhere, and Gamergate 2 is going to crash, okay? The original is always more successful than the sequel.
And all this money on to see if you can get that taken away from him as well. And again, because he was informing consumers. Now, you remember earlier when we were taking a look at the Sweet Baby website?
He wasn't informing consumers.
I pointed out that
he was posting lists of games that Sweet Baby Inc. worked on to get them review bombed. That is worthy of a ban.
List the games that they have worked on right on their website. So if they're doing that themselves, are they harassing themselves? How could it possibly be harassment to copy-paste this list of games that they've posted themselves over on Steam?
They're posting the list and telling people to review bomb them. They're not being fair. That is harassment.
That it's nonsensical.
That's clear harassment.
And it's definitely not worth somebody losing their Steam account over. Now, obviously, gamers didn't like that, but you know who else didn't?
I'm a gamer. I think it's fine.
Fed Chris a 6-day ban for targeted harassment. The thing that Chris was actually doing, the thing that, you know, she was accusing others of doing and decided to do herself. Meanwhile...
Wait, what was Chris?
Obviously, gamers didn't like that, but you know who else didn't? Twitter. Twitter fed Chris a 6-day ban for targeted harassment. The thing that...
Oh, that's bullshit, man. Chris was the guy who said go report the account. That's some bullshit. Targeted harassment, my ass.
Chris was actually doing.
You know what the report button is there for? In case people do some shit they're not supposed to do. And guess what you're not supposed to do? Take a list of games that Sweet Baby Inc. was involved with, just as a consult, and post it for your entire fucking audience to go review bomb. You're not supposed to do that. That ruins the point of the reviews. It breaks the system.
You know, she was accusing others of doing and decided to do herself. Meanwhile, we have Lego Butts, who
poor baby,
I presume you remember from the first Gamergate if you were around for it, pointing out that Steam doesn't, you know, force people to prove that a game has been worked on by Sweet Baby Incorporated, and that might be why it should get taken down. This got community noted by the fact that, number one, Lego Butts works for Sweet Baby Incorporated and probably shouldn't be trusted on this particular topic, and that secondly, the curator literally uses that games list that they have on their website that I showed you early to, you know, prove that these
And then they take that and post it on blast. Just because, okay, Boogie, how about this? I'll go find your address, right? And post it. That's fine, right? Don't do that, by the way. Please don't do that. But I'm just saying, you could dig up Boogie2988's address from somewhere and just, oh, here you go. Here you go. That's fine, right? Because it's on the internet, right? No, that's not okay, actually. Okay? Maybe that's a little bit of a faulty comparison. But let's say that, like, you have a page. Here, let's do this. How about you take, you know, like a book from somebody that you don't like, right? A book from somebody that you don't like. And you have a decently sized following. And you say, listen, I haven't read this book. I don't know anything about this book. But hey, go review bomb it. Guys, you're my followers. Go review bomb that book. I want as many negative reviews, 1 stars on that book as possible. No, you can't do that. Sorry, that's harassment.
They're the games they've worked on. And allow me to interject some editorial
That's harassment.
Here.
Targeted
Why
harassment.
are these guys afraid of people listing the games they've worked on to begin with? If you've done good work and you're proud of the work you've done, someone listing all the games you've worked on should be doing you a favor, right?
That's not a favor.
Unless, of course, you know the work you're putting in is bad and it's ruined some of the games.
How is
that
it
could have
bad?
been better. then you probably don't want people
some of
curating
them.
that list.
Just some of them. Like 50%, right? Or, you know, but it's a toss-up, you know, whether this game will be good or not since Sweet Baby Inc. worked on it with them, right? It's just a toss-up. But it proves my point, right? Yeah, no, it doesn't, dumbass.
I think they know what they're doing. Now, due to the Streisand effect, all of this caused that curated list to bloom over 100K, now
exactly,
250K people on that list supporting this cause. And as people dug around,
I don't care.
They found this, the co-founder of...
I don't care if the whole fucking world is on that list. I'll be against them.
Sweet Baby Incorporated, basically saying
it's
that
not right.
They bully people into putting this type of stuff in their games. Here, I'll let her speak for herself.
No, this is the out of context clip that we talked about. What she's saying here, let's go back to the article, just so I don't get it wrong. Oh, I closed it. Oh, no, I didn't close it. Where's it at? It was an out of context clip. Clear that Belair didn't want developers to scare their superiors into inclusivity. She wanted them to enlist support from the employees, those on the marketing and community side, who stand to receive the most backlash from players if those concerns aren't taken seriously. Yeah. So, you know, this is a protective measure for employees who are at risk of receiving backlash because they didn't like what the game was. So this is legitimate. Like, this is a legitimate statement.
Working in AAA, which I did for many, many years, put this stuff up to your higher-ups. And if they don't see the value in what you're asking for when you ask for consultants, when you ask for research, go have a coffee with your marketing team and just terrify them with the possibility of what's going to happen if they don't give you what you want.
I don't think it's ever a good look.
Yeah, and that was taken out of context.
To say that your company is based on wielding cancel culture to get big companies to pay.
Pay me to shoot down your white male lead game ideas. I usually get grossed out when straight white rich people kiss, but even I think those two are pretty cute. It seems like Lego Butts is taking the piss. I just had a thought about trying this again with a photo of a young person about to be ripped open, but I'm betting folks would flag it as traumatic. Had a nightmare that I was a white male gamer. This is just Lego Butts taking the piss. I don't give a shit about this.
But if at least you're providing a valuable service, I guess that might be at least conceivable. But if you wonder what kind of service Sweet Baby Incorporated is trying to provide, well, look at these tweets from...
Yeah, that's a good one, Lucifer Writing. If you sell your pics on OnlyFans and you're proud of it, why don't you want me to, take the photos and send them to your family? I'm sure your parents would love to see that. You shouldn't be embarrassed of your parents seeing that right now. That's stupid.
Felix, we spoke about earlier. Pay me to shoot down your white male...
It's from a 2019 convention. She didn't say that. What do you mean she didn't say that? She did say it.
Lead game ideas. I had a nightmare that I was a white male gamer. Yeah, it's pretty abundantly clear that they're not there to add diversity to games. They're there to push white people and white males out. Then you got the old media stepping in.
Oh yes, white males. They're pushing out white males from games, like in God of War. Right? Like in God of War Ragnarok. Son of a bitch. Let's go over some of the characters. Here, let's see if we can pull up an image. Wow, the two main characters, two white people. Two white male people, as it were. All the new characters. Uh-oh! That looks like a woman of color to me. Oh, man. Yep, no, it's gotta go. It's gotta go. Sorry. It's too much. It's too much. I know that the main people that you play as throughout the entirety of the game, along with most of the antagonists, are white males. You know, like Thor. Who else? Who's that one guy? Odin, right? Odin's a white male. God of War Ragnarok, Odin. Oh, man. Man, so many So many diversity, so many diverse characters in this game, full of fucking white males, right? And like a couple of black people. Heavens forbid.
And
Just saying.
this is game developer, writer by the name of Brian Francis.
Counts
Who says,
Spider-Man 2.
Steam and Discord are being used as a home base for hateful reactionaries to single out and harass game developers. Why are Valve and Discord permitting harassment against Sweet Baby Incorporated? And again, the harassment Bryant is so upset about is that someone copy and
I gotta put on
pasted
my jacket.
from the Sweet Baby Incorporated.
1 second. It's the first goddamn day of spring, and it should not be this cold, but here we are. Ugh. Continuing.
Website the list of games they've worked on so that you can make an informed decision whether or not you want to support the games that they've worked on. I mean, I guess in Brian's article, he does point out that at one point there was a forum on that curation group where a lot of people, a handful of bad actors, said some crazy shit, but the curator just got rid of those forums. So there's nothing that could possibly be harassment on that page, right? It's just a list of games. But here's where things get entirely off.
Yeah, it's a list of games. Again, I must stress that you posted up and told people to go review bomb. You can't do that.
Rails.
It ruins the point of reviews.
Named Take This, which, after getting looked into, found out they were being funded by home.
That's a Game Grumps bit, if you guys know that. Take this. I love that bit.
Homeland Security here in the United States posted an article called Responding to Gamergate 2, saying Gamergate 2 is the latest targeting harassment campaign within the games industry, and it's aimed at Sweet Baby Incorporated. That all scholars
they've already sent death threats to people.
Must do everything they can to shut down Gamergate 2.
It is a harassment
and denounce
campaign.
the gamers who don't want to buy games that have been worked on by this company. So there's your smoking gun. The Department of Homeland Security funding an organization that just fired the warning shot. The Gamergate 2 is coming, and we need to make sure that every gamer knows they have to buy the games worked on by Sweet Baby Incorporated, or else they're the bad guys. Am I taking crazy pills?
First of all, yes. Second of all, nobody said that you have to buy those games.
You can't even blame the gamers.
Just don't
this
buy
time.
them.
It's Homeland Security.
You're fucking man-child.
Holy shit. Now, of course, we saw the old.
Like, I already
guard
knew
from the
that,
first
but this is
Gamergate
making
dust
it
off their
worse.
Pitchforks. We saw Mark.
Before, I felt bad for you being a man-child. Now I just think you're stupid and disgusting.
Kern, you know, the guy who worked at Blizzard there, Grums on Twitter. Here in this interview with the Quartering, he went on to explain.
I still feel bad for you.
Basically, the way the games are getting made
A little bit.
is they're extremely expensive. Huge companies have to come up with the money, and one of the best ways to come up with the money is your CFO can get you tax breaks based on working with companies that do this forced diversity stuff to make sure you can fund your game. And oh, by the way, you remember I mentioned Elon Musk? Well, this is where Elon Musk...
I don't think you get tax breaks. Is that substantiated at all that you get fucking tax breaks for like including diversity? That just means that you're allowed... Including diversity is just like something you're supposed to do now. Because there's a diverse population of people that exist and they deserve to be represented. And I think that's fine. I think it's fine to have standards for that.
Signal boosted this by retweeting it simply by saying, wow. And this got it in front of 5.4 million eyes. So we're off to the races officially with this tweet. Then you got people like Matt Walsh chiming in, and say what you will about Matt Walsh, but this is one take of the break.
I say that Matt Walsh wants to force 10-year-olds to give birth, but that's just me.
Down of, quote, wokeness, end quote, in gaming. But this also got signal boosted by Elon Musk, this time to 17.8 million viewers. So there's now way more people involved. And Elon Musk says video games need to get rid of the woke BS. Getting lectured with tedious propaganda is not why people play games.
Tedious propaganda, like including black people, right? Oh, it's so tedious to include black people in my fucking games. I want them all to be white men, except for the women who I want to be damsels in distress. And all the evil people are actually black or black-coded.
Now for my opinions. I was around for the last Gamergate.
Yeah, wait.
And if you guys remember...
Now, wait just a minute. You're accusing me of only wanting white people in my games, but I'll have you know, sir, the bad guys are black. Got him.
Remember, I was a bit of a notorious fence sitter during that period of time. I hated people being harassed online. I hated seeing people arguing online about this stuff.
You should hate it now,
and
too.
I did feel like there was improvement the way that we as...
There have literally been death threats sent to people. Look. Here we go. The employees of Sweet Baby are subject to a deluge of death threats. They're getting death threats. Do you condemn that, Boogie, yes or no? Do you condemn the death threats? Because that's what Gamergate is. It is death threats, it's rape threats, it's doxing, it's forcing people to pick up and leave their entire fucking lives behind because you man babies can't just play the fucking games that you want to play and not bitch and moan about women and black people being in it. Christ, go shit yourselves, okay? Go shit yourselves and clean it up. At least then you'll be occupied and not sending death and rape threats to people and doxing them, okay? I'd much rather you just shit yourselves and go waste time cleaning it up.
Content creators and writers and gaming companies could do a better job of calling out corruption in
at least that's productive in a sense,
the way that
right?
we reported.
At least then you're making something.
And I'll tell you where that got me.
Better than what you're making here.
By Anita Sarkeesian, chewed up by the left, and spit the fuck out. I'm not going to make that mistake again. I, like most sane people, just like fun video games. I don't care if the protagonist or the supporting characters are short or tall, fat or skinny, black or white, gay or straight, big tits, small
Sister
tits,
trans.
negative tits, 3 dicks, 10 dicks. I don't give a shit. I just play video games to have fun. I'm just here to have fun. Please make a fun video game.
If that's the case, then just go play God of War Ragnarok. It's got great ratings, okay? I've heard it's very fun. Even if Sweet Baby Gang did work on it. Is it Sweet Baby Gang? Sweet Baby Inc. Sweet Baby Gang is the Matt Walsh thing. It's the diaper fetish thing.
I also think diversity can be fun. It doesn't have to take away or detract from the video game. Give me cool character creators with crazy shit in it. Give me wild
Maybe that's why
main
Matt Walsh is
characters.
mad at them.
Give me storylines of things I would never experience in my own life. And let me experience them through somebody else's eyes. But it's got to be done well. And it's got to be done fun.
It is.
When I look at the list of games...
Part of what Sweet Baby Inc. does is make it done well, okay? They help you do it well. Okay? From what I saw in chat, Sable is a very good game. Let's take a look at it, shall we? Oh, my bad. Sable. Trailer. Let's see. Sable launch trailer. I love this art style. I don't know if I can play this song or not. So I'm not going to. It looks great though. Oh man, look, Sweet Baby Gang, or whatever it is, Sweet Baby Inc. ruined this game, right? They ruined it. They ruined it. All the good parts of the game are gone. Gone! Because they had to include people of color and women. No! No! How dare they? Anyway, it looks great. Who's saying white players just want white characters? I don't know.
Sweet Baby has worked on, I don't find any of the diverse storylines in Spider-Man 2 to be very fun or well done, and we all know what we thought about Suicide Squad, which was just an abomination from the ground.
Okay, but you're ignoring the fact that some of these games were received very well. You're only focusing in on the ones that weren't received well. That's kind of biased of you, no?
Up. I personally think that curator list is a good thing, and I'm going to use it to make informed decisions moving forward. And as it stands right now, because of the behavior of the people that work at that company, plus their track record of the games they've worked on, I'm not inclined
what
to
track
buy anything
record
from Sweet Baby.
You straight up were like, look, you can see good games on here, like God of War Ragnarok and Spider-Man 2, but then there's bad games like Suicide Squad. Bad game. It's a bad game. See, that proves it. That proves my point. It's like, no, it doesn't. You just listed good games. And then, like, one bad game.
Incorporated. Does that make me some white male
Look at how mad I'm not, guys.
harasser monster?
Yeah, good point.
Then put me on the guillotine list. I'll
Do
sign
not
up
put in
right
the paper
first.
that I'm mad.
ready to go. I've been ready to go since the first Gamergate.
Do not put in the news.
Put me out of my misery. If you're around for the first Gamergate, you know the tools that you use, right? You've heard it all before. Everything is sexist.
Yes, I see people are talking about like Helldivers. I did play, Tina 2 got me into Helldivers. I do want to play more of it. It's very fun. I just have not sat down and taken the time, but I will.
Everything is racist. Everything is harassment. Call it all out. Shoot everything down.
Okay, if I call something out that is racist, that's not me saying that everything is racist. That's saying that the thing that I called out is racist. Like, give me some examples then. Give me some examples of. I'm sure they exist. I'm not saying they don't. People calling things racist that aren't. Okay, I'll accept that. But it's not like that's a proliferant problem. Okay, you're just making problems. You're making shit up. Okay, just like conservatives always do.
You don't like it. It's bad. And
like
it
with
must
that AI
be taken
shit.
away.
Need I remind you guys, right? The AI shit that I just retweeted. This. Just making shit up. Fuck it. Why not? People will gobble it up. Just make it up. Just bullshit your way through it.
As long as you're somebody that works at Sweet Baby Incorporated. If you're a consumer like you or me and you want to have a fun video game, well, then you're the asshole. Oh, and don't forget, if you're a white male gamer, especially an older one like me, it doesn't matter how leftist you are. It doesn't matter how much you support diversity. It doesn't matter how good of an ally you are. You are dog shit.
You're not a good ally, though.
These people's heels.
At least
Don't
not that
you
I've seen.
ever forget it. If you choose not to buy their shitty games, then you are the enemy. And if
No. Actually, I have not bought most of those games, and I am not deemed an enemy of them. Like, nobody's getting mad at you for not buying Suicide Squad, man. Just don't buy it and don't play it.
You inform other people about what games they've worked on, you might very well find your Steam account gone when you wake up in the morning. That's who you're up against. And I think it should be abundantly clear this is not another harassment campaign, and you or nobody should be harassing anybody. We've shown in this video that if you give these people
Okay, then go after the people who are harassing people.
enough time to speak and a platform to do it on, they'll self-destruct on their own.
Then
You
leave
don't
them
have to do
alone!
anything but wait.
Then leave them alone!
Though I do recommend, if you're somebody who works for their money and has it in their pocket and only wants to
Then
spend
shut
it
the
on
fuck
fun
up!
video games instead of the games that these people have
How about you just shut the fuck up then? Oh, they're gonna self-destruct? Okay, shut the fuck up then. Why even make this video? Let them self-destruct. Shut up.
made. Well,
Why wasn't this video 2 minutes? You know, you could have said 30 seconds even. Hey guys, I know that people are really upset about the Babygate thing, but listen, don't do Gamergate 2. Don't do it. Just let them self-destruct. You know, they are woke and BS and whatever, and you go woke, go broke, so they'll go broke. So just let them go broke, right? Just let them do it. Don't worry about it. That's your video. Done. Ship it. Okay? Like, clip it and ship it. You don't need a 12-minute, 13-minute diatribe about how much you fucking hate Sweet Baby Gang and their nefarious deeds of putting black people in games, okay? And only to say, like, oh, I don't care actually if black people are in games. Yeah, the fuck you do. Come on. Either you do, or you're just faking it because you're desperate, which is probably the more likely reason. I don't think you actually believe any of the bullshit that you say here. I think that you're just desperate for attention and clicks. And you saw that Sweet Baby Inc. is getting clicks. And so that's why you're doing this now. Because we've already established that you have no education, no employment. You're just dog shit at everything, right? You self-admitted dog shit at everything, Boogie2988, okay? And so that's why you're doing this. In the future, just like make AI-generated slop and monetize off of that. It's much easier.
I think that's probably the right thing to do as well. Even though they'll probably still call that harassment. At the end of the day, I set the last one out.
Yeah, it's the longest re.
I felt like I was on the wrong
Here's
side
my
of
biggest
history
re, guys,
and,
this video.
It certainly didn't serve me well. So gamers, I've been granted a do-over here.
Gamers?
I don't know why Homeland Security has decided that they are going to give me a chance to right this particular ship, but I'm going to
learn what fucking Gamergate is, man.
That I'm on the right side of fun video games and fun, well-written diversity and nowhere else. Guys, as always, thanks for watching. I love you very much. And I will speak with you again soon. You know, I just realized my career outlasted Anita Sarkeesian's by quite a bit.
What career? Dog. I have videos that got more views than this. The fuck you mean your career? Here, let's take a look. You were desperate for cash, so that's why you did that fucking interview. From 4 million subscriber Boogie2988, putting up numbers that, like, are not that much bigger than mine. What fucking career are you talking about, man? Like, I know I'm not one to talk, but I don't know. This stupid fucking video. Okay, let me go to the bathroom real quick. Dubsy, cut this part out. This will probably be like a 2 or 3 part series, so Dubsy, just cut this part out, or you can cut the video here if you'd like, and then just we'll feed into the next one. I'll be right back. All right, perfect timing. All right, we're back. All right, I think it's a good thing that I took a break when I did. I think that's a good spot to cut it. Yeah, or not. I don't know. I don't know how Dubsy will cut it. We'll see. But yeah, Tipster's still here. So Tipster, you want to come on? Excellent. I'll give you a ring. Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, what's up, Tippy? Give me just a second. I got to turn you down a bit.
Okie doke.
All right, I think that should be good. Alrighty, how you doing, Tipster?
I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself?
I'm doing amazing, as always. So, just real quick, so you got into a little bit of a beef with Boogie over all of this Gamergate 2.0 nonsense, right?
Yeah, I mean, I basically just kind of thought like his reasoning for joining Gamergate was kind of cringe. He basically cried about getting into a dispute at VidCon a few years ago with Anita Sarkeesian, and she was legitimately rude to him. To be fair, she treated him really badly at VidCon, but it
Okay.
came down to Anita Sarkeesian and the lefties were mean to me, so now I want to join the Gamergate crowd.
Oh, that's so pathetic. Give me just a second. My fiance just walked in.
Okie doke.
Hey, Katie.
Hola.
How was it?
Fine. Answered lots of questions about what he's gonna look like.
Okay. Okay.
How are you guys doing?
We're doing good. Just talking to somebody.
Hi guys.
Yep. Alrighty. Sorry about that. So where were we at?
You were just asking me about like the little back and forth with Boogie, and
Yeah, so-
essentially, I just think his reasoning behind joining Gamergate was kind of cringe.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so it sparked with this Anita Sarkeesian beef. So that was basically his Joker moment, you're saying?
I mean, it seems that way because like they did a panel at VidCon. It was like a bunch of people who were targets of like Gamergate, and then like Boogie, for some reason, and it was a panel on dealing with harassment on the internet. And so I guess that like they had like a last like 5-minute moment on like the panel, and like Boogie used it to kind of make a closing statement. And Anita like was pissed at him because she had more to say and she didn't get to say it because he used up the last allotment of time. So she was very rude to him behind the scenes. And I guess his whole take on that was, I tried to pander to the anti-Gamergate crowd last time and it didn't work in my favor. So now I'm gonna side myself with the people who were literally like doxing and harassing them and shit. Like it's very weird. It's very, very weird.
It's so stupid. He got so butthurt over it that he had to go and join a fucking harassment campaign. And he's like saying in this video that like, oh yeah, no, I denounce any harassment that's going on. But then at the same time, it's like you have to recognize these people at Sweet Baby Inc. have already been sent death threats. This is not okay.
And here's the thing with like the Sweet Baby Inc. thing, right? Obviously, I don't give a shit about the consultancy work they do. Like,
Right.
I don't care about like these crazy theories that they're like forcing wokeness into video games or whatever. None of that matters. And quite frankly, I don't give a shit if there's anything that they would consider, I say in air quotes, woke in games to begin with. I will say that like them using their like Twitter platforms to try and organize like a mass flagging campaign against the group, like that wasn't the best idea. We've seen in the past with Gamergate what happens to people who do that sort of thing. So like if someone is legitimately harassing you, just hit the report button and just keep it to yourself. Because you're just gonna basically give these people fuel to harass you even more if you decide to use your platform to like, hey, you guys should all flag this for me. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. I think that you have a point there. I was saying that like, no, that person deserves to be flagged. I don't know if you agree with me on that or not, but like when they were basically when that person, what's his name again? I forget.
I'm not
the guy who
sure.
kinda
I forget
kicked
the name
this
of the
off,
person
Cabrutus.
who ran the. Oh yeah. So my understanding, and keep in mind, like this is stuff that's coming from the Gamergate 2 crowd, so you have to take it
Right.
with a grain of salt. My understanding is supposedly like there was like a forum, a Steam forum attached to like the curated group, and some people were using it to engage in targeted harassment, so they shut down the forum. I don't know if that's true or not, but if it is, like, good for them.
Sure.
I don't, as cringe as the curated group is, as long as it's not being used with the intent to like cause harassment campaigns, whatever, it can exist, and it can just exist in a cringy space on the internet. But the issue is that there are people who are using it as an excuse to harass people, and that's where it becomes
Mhm.
like a huge issue.
Well, yeah, and also they were like they were trying to fucking review bomb like these games is what I heard. So like they were
Yeah.
posting these games in a list. But it's like what Boogie was saying in the video. They were posting a list of games that are, they are available on the original website. But this is like taking somebody put it very well in chat. They were like, this is on the level of like, if you took somebody's nudes from their OnlyFans, because their OnlyFans is like publicly available on their website. And you like showed it to you showed it to everybody. You're just like, oh yeah, I know this is like, let's say it's a free OnlyFans picture or whatever. And you just like go posting it everywhere. Like, look at this naked picture of this person that is freely available on their own website that I'm now sharing in front of my whole audience who doesn't like this person, or I'm telling that they should not like this person. That's the level that we're working with here. And that kind of harassment does deserve to be stopped.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if people are using it for that purpose, then that's not good. Review bombing does absolutely hurt game developers. Their games get, pushed further down in the rank for search and stuff like that. People do actually look at those reviews to decide whether they should purchase a game or not. So yeah, anybody who tries to act like review bombing isn't harmful, it absolutely is. I think one thing that was funny about Boogie's video is he tried to like make some cope about like, hey, this group of curated lists of games, this can be used not just for people who don't want to buy Sweet Baby Inc. games, but maybe somebody had a positive experience with a Sweet Baby Inc. game and they want to buy more. And it's like, come on. You know what the intention of this group is. Nobody's using this group so that they can go, oh, I like Sweet Baby Inc. the game, so I want to buy more of them. That's not the intention of it.
No, yeah, sure, buddy, sure. Yeah, we just got done. I think you were in chat. Just got done watching his video on it, and then you made a response, which I believe is about 48 minutes long, and I would rather not like include all of that in this already extensively long video about Gamergate and Gamergate 2 Electric Boogaloo. So, would you like to like summarize basically what you said about or to Boogie in the video?
Yeah, it's like I said before. Essentially, my criticism was like it's kind of like dumb that like I mean, if for whatever reason Boogie agreed with like the Gamergate 2 shit, like okay, obviously I disagree with him. But if he just wanted to be like, yeah, I actually agree with this, and I want to side with this because I agree with it, okay, that's fine. But the logic of like, well, last time I pandered to the anti-Gamergate crowd, and that didn't work out so well for me. So now I'm gonna, side with the people that are like riddled with like Nazis and like, people who harass women and stuff like that. Like I'm gonna join that crowd now because the other crowd wasn't so nice to me. It just kind of makes it seem like all the stuff he said in the past about this issue, it didn't mean shit. He was just pandering to the crowd he thought would benefit him the most. And now that it didn't pan out so well for him, now he's going to pander to the other crowd and, cross his fingers that it works out in his favor this time.
Do you think that this is perhaps a grab for more attention and clout? Because, his channel, for how big he is, like at 3.99 million subscribers, he's really not pulling the numbers that he should. And he's already like mentioned that, like during that interview that he did, that horrific interview, that like he has no work experience, he's got a felony on his record. Like he almost seems desperate for attention. What do you think about that?
Oh, I definitely think it's like an attempt to regain relevancy. I think he probably saw, how well these like anti-woke channels do. And he's like, hey, if I can grift over to that side and I can get some relevancy there, absolutely. Because his career is like on the dying end of things. And, I can acknowledge that my channel's not doing that great either. But at the end of the day, like my channel may not be doing well, but I'm not gonna compromise my principles to try and get some relevancy. Whereas that's exactly what Boogie's doing. He's not only doing this, but also like his only claim to fame at the moment is he's part of a podcast where he literally gets mocked for being a lolcow. So it's like, anything he can do to get some level of relevancy at this point.
Yeah, it's just pathetic. And I did repost the I made sure to repost the little clip of him in that interview because he's a pathetic man baby these days. That's all he is. And the fact that he's trying to go after you and try to turn it so that like you're the pathetic one or something, it's just very silly to me. I haven't watched his video on you yet, but it's only 8 minutes. I might watch it after I'm done, after we hang up.
Yeah, I think what's interesting is you can always tell when someone doesn't have an argument against the talking points you're making, because then they resort to either parroting bullshit about you or like tacking more lies onto it. Because like his response is like, well, you defended Vosh, which means you're defending really degenerate stuff. And it's like, well, no, I wasn't defending the content that was on Vosh's computer. I was defending Vosh in the sense that, like, I don't think that stuff makes him, you know, who people try to make him out to be. And then I also, he claimed that I go around harassing e-girls, which isn't true. And then on top of that, he tacked on like a new claim that apparently I go around sexually harassing trans women, which also isn't true. So you can always tell when you've struck a nerve with someone when they resort to literally parroting or making up lies about you. So, you know, I said what I had to say about him, and it just kind of is what it is.
That's ridiculous. I've seen, there was that one video I watched where I think you were there for that, about like they were trying to say that you're harassing girls or something, and like the worst that they showed, like taken out of context. Okay, like the absolute worst thing that I saw, if I may say it, was like there may have been one time where you accidentally got into the inbox of like an underage girl. Is that correct?
I don't believe. No, that doesn't ring a bell. I think
That
what
doesn't
you
ring a
might
bell?
be referring to.
Okay.
Well, tell me what you're referring to first. Maybe I can.
Yeah,
clarify.
my understanding was, okay, so there was like a time, well, oh yeah, no, I remember. You were in the inbox of somebody, and then you said that somebody that person knew was cute. And then that person responded that person was 16 maybe. Is that correct?
Yeah, so essentially, like what happened is I had this friend that I used to talk with pretty regularly, and we had a falling out, and they ended up leaking a bunch of DMs out of context to make me look really bad. They tried to make it look like I was trying to flirt with them and stuff like that. And ultimately, what it was is we were just friends, and we were kind of goofing off in DMs with each other. It was nothing that deep. But one of the DMs that came out was she had sent me a picture of someone doing her hair, and this was at like 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, something like that. So I'm like, oh, who's your friend? They're kind of cute. And keep in mind in the picture, which I'm not going to show the picture because it's a minor, so I don't want to put a minor's picture out there. But you can't even see their face. Their face is covered by like their hand. So I just made like a joke comment of who's your friend? They look kind of cute. And she goes, whoa, she's 16. And I instantly, oh, my bad. I had no idea. My apologies. But of course, that part doesn't get showed because it doesn't fit the narrative, right? So, but yeah, it was a stupid comment I made, and I can admit that it was a stupid comment I made, but like, is it an indicator that I'm like a pedophile or something? No, but that's what they want you to think, you know?
Man, I've always stuck by, listen, if you find interest in a girl and she turns out to be 16 or 17, guess what you do? You apologize and you walk away. That's it. Like, there's nothing more to it.
It's like one of those things where, you know, I forget what I was referring to, but recently on stream we were talking about a similar topic where the internet is so quick to jump to this person's a pedophile or a creep sort of thing, when like ignorance can be like the easiest explanation for what's going on. And I equated it to like, let's say you're in a public place like a mall or something like that, right? And you're a younger guy in your mid-20s and you see a girl you find attractive, you spark up a conversation with them. Hey, why don't we go on a date sometime? And they say, oh, I'm sorry, I'm 16 or I'm 17. And you instantly go, oh shit, my bad, I didn't know, I'm sorry. And you move on. Nobody would call that person in the real world a pedophile, but on the internet, you absolutely would call that person a pedophile. It's pretty insane.
It is very insane. It's gotten warped to the extent that people have actually forgotten the purpose of why we don't go after people who are underage, which is the fact that they cannot consent. Okay? It has nothing to do with how they look. It's the fact that they don't have the brain development yet to consent. Okay? So if you have somebody, like let's say that you have, like a 16-year-old who looks like she could be 23 or 24. You know what happens? And then you go up to them not knowing their age, take an interest in them, and then you discover they're 16. That's the point at which you walk away, you know? And I know this is a tangent, but I feel like this is very important to point out. Like, if you get into the mindset that even just like you should be able to tell that somebody is 16 or 17 just by looking at them or whatever, you forget the point that it's not about how they look. It's about the fact that they cannot consent. So once you find out that they're 16 or 17, that's when you walk away. And I feel like that's very important to point out and remember. But anyway.
I definitely agree with you on that because, like, it seems like, look, if somebody's being a predator and they're using their platform to prey on, you know, people, I'm 100% in favor of that person being outed in order to protect other people from becoming victimized by those people or targeted by them. But it's become this thing where it's no longer about actually trying to catch people who are genuinely predatory. Now it's become this tool of like, I don't like this person, or this person, I disagree with them for one reason or another. So now I'm going to like slander them as like a pedophile or present them as being somebody who's predatory so I can ruin their name and reputation. And I think it's really gross. And I think it invalidates people who are actual victims of that sort of thing. I think it really is a slap in the face to them.
Well, and it makes it harder to investigate real claims. You know, like they are actively muddying the waters, and they probably are doing it knowingly as well. So it's just really gross. I agree with you. But getting back to this Sweet Baby thing. So that was your response to Boogie, and then Boogie basically responded with all that bullshit about you. And then I did want to ask you about, I know that this thing came up about with Stuttering Craig. And they're trying to like cash it, because I saw you repost this. They're trying to like cash in on this Gamergate shit. I'm gonna go over the video, but we can go over it together right now if you'd like. I can stream it and we can go over it if you want.
Sure, if you want to, absolutely.
Yeah, sure. Give me just a second here. Yeah, because I was gonna go over it anyway, and since you're the one who retweeted it and brought it to my attention, I figure it's fitting. But yeah, I saw the price list that you had, and it's pretty ridiculous. So. I want to take a look at it for myself and see what's going on.
Sure. Become painfully clear over the last couple weeks is that the people who work in this industry and write about this industry that you love hate you. It's one big club, and you are not in it. In fact, did you know that the Game Awards are voted on by those exact same people? I mean, look at this list. It's IGN and Polygon and Variety, for God's sakes. It's an elitist out.
Right off the bat, I just don't care. Like I've never cared. I'm just saying.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing about like the Game Awards. I don't think anybody really takes the Game Awards seriously anyway. At this point, it's just become like a marketing thing for like new and upcoming games and upcoming game related products, right? It's essentially like an online streamed version of E3. I don't think anybody actually watches for the awards anymore. They just watch for the game announcements.
It's at worst like self-masturbatory, but that's it.
Yeah. Pretty much. It's very much like the streamer awards where it's just everybody giving participation trophies to their friends.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's the Obama giving medal to self thing, basically.
Yeah.
But anyway, we'll keep going.
Outdated system, and it's had way too much sway in the video game industry for way too long. I've been talking about
another thing I want to point out. Guess what would fix that? How about we move away from the capitalist framework of gaming in general? You know, like that's the main driver of this bullshit. If you want the truth of it, like it's the money game. That's all it is.
Yeah,
they'll never admit that though.
About video games online for almost 2 decades now, and been playing games like longer than that. But I have never seen the video game industry this toxic. It is time to get our voice back. Now, look, I'm not telling you I got this whole idea mapped out because
that's
I don't.
right. We white male gamers
yet, but it's become painfully obvious that this is very much needed. Year after year,
right there?
over and over.
Yeah.
I think that's the interesting thing. I don't know if you caught that part, but he wants people to give him all this money, and he says he doesn't even have a game plan for how he's going to run this.
Oh, I didn't hear that. I thought he said he didn't have a name for it yet.
Well, that's maybe I'm jumping ahead, but yeah, he says he doesn't really have a game plan for exactly how this is going to be done, but he expects you guys to give him money anyway.
Yeah, here, let's pull up the price sheet, shall we? Since you brought it up.
Sure.
Here,
if you scroll down, it's literally where it says become a member. It's that tweet. If you click on it, it takes you to the website.
Excellent. Let's take a look. Become a member. Join and help take games back. Only $5 a month. That's 2 in one video. Damn, $13.37. Holy shit! What do you get? Suggest categories, nominate, vote, and you are listed as a sponsor of the future event.
Yeah.
Wow.
So like what's interesting is you have to pay at least a $60 fee, because this whole thing is like, the voting at the actual Game Awards is done by like these organizations that don't even care about you as a gamer. So let's put the control in the hands of gamers again. But to even be able to vote on the games and the nominees and whatnot, you have to pay $60 just for that privilege.
Yeah, you're right. Wait,
Because like if you look at the lower tiers are basically like, yo, just support or whatever. But like $60, you have to pay a minimum of $60 just to vote.
Who's actually supporting this? Do they have like a tracker of like who's supporting this or anything? Of course they don't.
It doesn't show anything. I would imagine they probably got some backers, but surprisingly, there's actually a lot of people really questioning this in the replies on Twitter. It seems like people are pretty pissed about the $60 buy-in just to vote.
Well, I can see your point, and I don't think you would ever do that. On the surface, this looks like a grift to get some cash. That's really
and that's
funny.
the problem with and keep in mind, obviously, like I don't care about the fact that the original Gamergate went away, good riddance, right? But that's the thing that really broke down the original Gamergate is everybody started using it as a grift for trying to find ways that they could profit off of it. And then like the original people that sort of started the whole thing, that's where they're like, okay, I'm out, because you guys are just using this to make money. Stuttering Craig, like he couldn't help himself. He's instantly like jumping on like, yes, how could I make money off of this?
Yeah, I would be shocked if he's making like more than $100 a month. I would be shocked. And it's really funny because like this is the reason that Gamergate 2 is not going to pop off. Okay, the sequel cannot outdo the original. There are going to be some people here and there.
They're hopping on the grifting too soon. I mean, if you're this early in and you're already trying to like monetize it, like, yeah, it's not going to last. I've seen people who are former Gamergaters looking at this campaign right here, and they're just like, no, why? Why are you doing this?
It's going to be just like Megamind 2. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Again, after the Game Awards, people say there has to be a real award show for gamers. Well, let's do it. This is the first step to creating a club or a group where you decide the winners and losers.
As long as you pay $60.
A club where you get to
only
decide
$60.
the categories, the nominees for the categories, and of course, vote on them. And it'll all be done through an app where you can do it easily and securely. So is this club free? Nope, absolutely not. Why? As we've seen over the last few years, our hobby has been hijacked by activists looking to push their own agenda and literally push you out.
Wait, you mean like the fucking majority population of gamers? That's crazy, man.
I will say one thing that's kind of clever is like he makes it's very obvious as it's kind of strategic to not use terms like woke that will instantly scare, certain groups of people away. Like, oh no, I know what this is and I don't want to be associated with it. But he couldn't help himself but mention like, oh, the industry is being taken over by activists, and we need to stop that. So it's like, you still know exactly what they're referring to.
Well, yeah, anyone they don't like is a fucking activist against them, right? It's just like anybody who's trans is suddenly a trans activist. Like, these people just see, like, any opposition to any of their beliefs as an attack. It's so pathetic.
Yeah. For that reason alone, there has to be a barrier of entry to be a part of this club. Hell yes, we're going to gatekeep. We should have been gatekeeping much longer. But here's my vision. With your support, we'll, number one, be able to make the app. And number two, be able to create a physical award show that you'll be able to attend, guess what, with the app serving as your ticket.
Yeah, give us the money first, guys. We promise the awards show will come later. Just give us the money first.
So they don't even have a game plan on how they plan to like really implement this. It's just like, this is our idea, give us money.
It's so pathetic.
My vision for this also has a board of directors to help oversee things, but there are strict rules to be involved with the board. 1, they're not allowed to vote. 2, they're not allowed to be on any press list or receive any free video games and or perks from any AAA publishers.
Now that I figured out that I have to pay $60 just to be able to vote, I'm really invested in what their rules are, right?
Right?
Like, yeah. Now, I'm going to keep watching this for sure, man. I'm going to for the content, but people have already stopped after figuring out they have to pay for this shit.
Yeah. And 3, and most importantly, they are not allowed to be employed by traditional gaming media.
What does that mean?
Hey man, I get it. Video games are a mess right now. The industry you love doesn't want you.
No, they're not.
And the traditional media hates you. And that's why it's time to take games back. So go to takegamesback.com and become a member and help grow this community and help regain our voice. It's now or never.
What do they mean video games are a mess? They can barely point at like specific trends and say, yeah, this video game was like, this trend is bad. And this is the trend that we need to fix. They can only look at like individual games like the Suicide Squad game, I guess, which was a flop, and be like, look, Sweet Baby worked on this. So that means Sweet Baby is ruining gaming. And it's like, no, they've worked on whatever it is, Ragnarok as well.
When you look at like the list of games that Sweet Baby Inc. has worked on, several of those games are extremely successful games. So like being able to point at one game that turned out to be bad, it's like that's not enough evidence to show what you're claiming, which is that wokeness is what's ruining gaming. And I don't think that's the issue with the games industry. You kind of alluded to it earlier with like capitalism and whatnot. Right. It's this whole like microtransaction sort of getting every dollar they can out of you as a gamer. That's the real issues with gaming. It has nothing to do with wokeness.
Well, right. But they'll just never admit that. People can understand and comprehend that there is a problem. You know, like microtransactions, huge problem in video games, you know, or pay to win. The whole thing with Battlefront, what was it, Battlefront 2? Star Wars Battlefront 2? Like, that was abhorrent, and everyone knew it. But, like, for some reason, people are trying, like, they're trying to focus in on these things that simply don't matter, that the vast majority of people don't care about, and say, this is actually what's wrong with games. You know, it's almost like they're trying to distract from that. You know, from the fact that, like, no, capitalism is just gobbling up these gaming franchises and turning them into, you know, just money-making machines. And it sucks.
Even with like the Suicide Squad example, because I haven't played the game myself, but I talked to a few people I know who have played it, and I took a look at some reviews of the game, and it has nothing to do with wokeness that made it a bad game. What made it a bad game is apparently the gameplay is extremely repetitive and it's boring. So like it doesn't have to do with any like woke dialogue or anything like that. It's just a bad game, which happens sometimes.
Well, it's because Sweet Baby Gang was involved, right? Sweet Baby Inc. So I keep confusing.
I've made that mistake too. The Sweet Baby Gang, yeah.
I'm almost just letting it happen. It's funny to me, so whatever. Which is funny because Matt Walsh actually did go over it, and I'm wondering if he said anything about. I mean, did you watch the Matt Walsh thing at all? Because I'm wondering if he said anything about like the like his Sweet Baby Gang about it.
Admittedly, I haven't watched his video. I did see that there was a clash between him and like the Geeks and Gamers dude. I forget his name at the moment, but like they had some disagreement over it. I don't know. But no, I haven't watched the Matt Walsh thing.
Okay, I was just wondering. I might go over it because now I'm finally caught up. It took hours, but I'm finally caught up on all this bullshit that doesn't fucking matter. But it's good for the algorithm, so that's why I decided to do what I'm doing today.
Yeah. Like I said, my only criticism of Sweet Baby Inc. is that, like, okay, if you see people on the internet who are harassing you, just report it and move on. Doing the whole, like, mass flagging thing, it's only going to cause you more of a headache. These people are going to use it as justification to harass you even further. So just don't do it. We saw that exact same thing unfold the first time Gamergate came around, and it just didn't work out well. I'm obviously not saying just allow people to harass you, but if you're going to report something, just report it quietly and just move on with your day.
Yes, exactly. And, you know, there was a thing that I said in DMs with you about one person that I got into a bit of a thing with over the Voss drama, who will not be named here. And, you know, that shit went up to some higher level people in... let's just call it the Gamergate community, right? And the advice basically that I got from various sources was, I don't know if I told you about that actually. Maybe I didn't. That was...
it doesn't ring a bell.
Okay, sorry. That was somebody else. But anyway, I got into some drama with them. It reached somebody higher up in the Gamergate community, and they now know my name, and I don't like that at all. And so I was just like, hands off. I got some advice from some people, and they were like, just don't acknowledge it. Just block them on everything, and don't pay it any mind. Because those people don't matter, first of all. And second of all, you're going to get yourself into a lot of shit if you try to start shit with them. So I think you're right. The best thing that Sweet Baby Inc. could have done is just ignored the drama and let it die off just like everything else that these fucking losers obsess over for like a month or two and then drop it. Like a month or two at best, really. They're just like the punching bag of the week, it seems, but they've made themselves the punching bag of the year, and they will continue to if they don't just like, you know, in some sense, like I don't know. It's tough because like something should be done about it, but at the same time, it's like you don't want to acknowledge it. You just got to do it quietly. So I agree with you on that.
Yeah. Ultimately, the internet's gonna do what the internet's gonna do. It's best to just kind of focus on your own shit and not give it too much attention.
Exactly. Well, Tipster, I think that's about it. So thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate it. Your input has been invaluable today.
Thank you. Thanks for having me on, and it's nice that we finally got a chance to work on something together.
I know, right? That's crazy. It was a very sudden, what do you want to call it? Co-op, I guess.
Yeah, for sure.
Co-op mission. All right, man. Well, take it easy. And I don't know, with the shit going on with Boogie, I guess just, I don't know. I don't know what else to
I mean,
say.
I honestly, I said what I had to say about it. I'm not interested in having like a flame war back and forth. I said my piece. I'm moving on to other things.
There you go. They don't deserve the attention. All right. Take it easy, man. Thanks for coming on.
Take care.
Yep. Well, that was lovely. All right. I don't think that I'm going to watch the other Boogie video. I've decided just because I've pretty much gotten all that I need to. It's just about the Voss drama and about, yeah, it was a great collab. The Voss drama and, you know, the shit about his DMs, shit that we've already been through. Tipster's not a bad guy, and nothing that Boogie says is going to convince me that he is. So, but I don't know. I guess that puts a cap on it. So there you have it. That's Gamergate and Gamergate 2 Electric Boogaloo, everybody. It's not as good as the original. The sequel will die off much faster. And in the meantime, all these shitters are going to do what they do, which is, you know, shit themselves, have a fit, maybe send some death threats and rape threats here and there, ruin people's lives, and just be miserable people who have nothing better to do than hate on an organization that did nothing wrong. They did nothing wrong. I don't know. It's just pathetic. Yeah, thanks again for coming on, Tipster. Really appreciate that. You have a good one. I do kind of want to watch the Matt Walsh thing on it now. I think we'll do that. I'm going to go pee again real quick because Matt Walsh is really good for my algorithm. And I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Apparently, Boogie challenged me to a debate behind a block. That's incredible. That's so fucking funny. Yeah, it was Shadow the Hedgehog. That was the Shadow the Hedgehog disco beat. Ugh, it's cold. Man, I want to debate Boogie. I would totally debate Boogie. I would fucking blast him. Sorry, just looking at Twitter real quick. Okay. He challenged you? That's kind of cool if you can. I mean, man. No, not me. Tipster. Challenge Tipster to a debate. Sorry. You're not all on the fucking website. Gotta get on there. Boogie's coping? Uh-oh, what's this?
He jumped on the woke train.
Oh shit, he's on with Kimi?
Unlikable. That like for someone like him to jump on the woke train is one of the
Dude, I wonder if I could get in on this.
Number one, he's severely unlikable. But on top of that, nobody on the left would have anything to do with somebody who's genuinely retweeted pedophilic shit. Like, I'm sorry, my dog.
Well, they might think he's a plant.
Who retweeted
too.
pedophilic
Maybe he's a
shit?
plant from our community because he used to, he gave in his Nazi stripes just a couple months ago.
And I think that's
so they
why
might not think he's sincere,
I think that's why he jumps to the grift thing, because all I'm doing here is saying something that I genuinely believe in. I've consumed all
So this is the podcast where they all tear into him,
I
right?
said video games are meant to be fun. And I genuinely mean that.
Yeah, I know you
video
didn't,
games are supposed
Tipster.
to be a distraction from our shitty, miserable reality so that we can go crawl into a fantasy world for a little while and not remember how fucking divided we are in this nation across the fucking world. I would like to crawl into a video game and forget about world politics for a little while. And most
I know
people
you would, you sad little bitch.
That's not a grift. That's just how I feel, right?
Tipster, I'm so frustrated with you talking about people being relevant or irrelevant. Like when me and you got into a spat a little while ago, you were saying, oh, Keemstar, how the mighty have fucking fallen. You're irrelevant now. Bro, we just like 1 billion fucking views a month on Twitter. All right. My Snapchat show is crushing.
Boogie's got no room to
Cow
talk.
Live, all right, with LOL Cows is pulling 3,500 concurrents right now. Like, what are you fucking talking about? This is
I'm
what
one of them.
happened last night. This is absolutely insane. I seen this from Bo Blacks.
What is
he
this?
put this tweet out showing Tipster at the end of 2023 last year, saying it was a roller coaster for him, but he's overcome and he's got all this good stuff going on. And then this other tweet. Last night, Tipster had 40 concurrent viewers.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with
40.
that.
All right. Fucking Nick,
nothing
Tom,
wrong with that.
Chris, and Bull Blacks basically restreamed his stream, and they had anywhere between 3,000 and 5,000 people watching Tipster on their stream, making fun of him. Like, bro, stop talking about fucking relevancy. Don't call Wings irrelevant. Don't call Boogie irrelevant. Don't call Keemstar irrelevant. Don't call any of us irrelevant. Are you fucking dumb?
Yep.
Well,
But
I
yeah,
gave him
he
I gave him
generally-
a chance to be relevant because I asked him for a fight.
Okay, I think that's good. That's funny. That's really funny. I wouldn't even want to be on there, honestly. I feel like that would just lead to all kinds of trouble that I don't need. All right, Matt Walsh. They hate rated my stream. Bravo. Yeah, for real. It's like, yeah, good job, man. You did it.
All right, so if
Where's it at? Here, Matt Walsh, Sweet Baby, Inc. Oh, this is the one. Okay. Oh, it's 20 minutes. Ugh. Yeah, fine. I I'm so irrelevant, but they can't stop talking about me. True. It's like, come on, man. Oh, I'm so irrelevant. And yet Tipster is constantly coming up. Tipster this, Tipster that. It's like, why do you guys give a shit so much about Tipster if he's irrelevant? Interesting. I just find it interesting. All right. I guess we got a Matt Walsh video to respond to. Matt Walsh, the soy lord himself. We just got done with an entire segment, a very, very long segment that would likely be broken up into several parts about Sweet Baby Inc. Not Sweet Baby Gang. Okay, not the Matt Walsh diaper fetish gang. Sweet Baby Inc., who is basically a video game consultant company that is responsible for like going over people's video game scripts and their dialogues and their characters and just making sure that it's all kind of on the up and up, diversity wise and just making it a better game. Basically, they just make a good game a better game, right? Is what they do, or a bad game a better game. Who knows? But not everybody likes this because one of their focuses is on diversity and inclusion. Because that is a real thing that exists in our society, is we have a diverse population of people. And I think that's actually pretty cool. But not everybody likes that, and Matt Walsh happens to be one of those people. So we have a video from Matt Walsh called The Dark Side to the Video Game Industry. And I very much would like to see what's got him all up in a hissy. So let's take a look.
So here's a statistic that, at least if you were born at any point prior to the 1990s, might be hard to believe.
Oh, well, that's not me.
By revenue, the gaming industry is bigger than both the movie industry and the music industry combined. And
you wouldn't
for the
think with
past
how they're
several years,
paid.
It hasn't been especially close. The
Bye,
difference is
Tipster.
consistently
Thanks for
more than
coming on.
$100 billion per year. So video games are a massive market, one that's mostly targeted at young people, of course. But despite those numbers, for the most part, the games industry has avoided mainstream scrutiny. You'll see far more discussion about, say, Sydney Sweeney or Taylor Swift than you'll ever see about prominent video game.
Well, wait, Taylor Swift was like the conservatives' fault. That's partly Matt Walsh's fault. Wait, did Matt Walsh do a video on Taylor Swift? Let's check. Matt Walsh, Taylor Swift. Matt Walsh defends Taylor Swift? Conservatives critiquing Taylor Swift need to think twice. Okay, hey. Credit where credit's due. She's not the problem, he says. Okay, fair enough. He's consistent. Let's keep going.
Game voice actors and directors who pretty much no one knows anything about. Everyone's heard of Lionsgate or Paramount, but almost no one's heard of studios like Don't Nod Entertainment, for example. And that's significant because these no-name studios are behind the single most coordinated effort to indoctrinate millions of children through entertainment that's ever occurred in this country. This effort is maybe more powerful than the teachers' unions, if only because these propagandists mostly work in secret. Even if you...
The teachers' unions, who famously have an agenda to push onto children. You know, like teaching them.
homeschool your children, they're not immune to it. You might have heard of something about one of the companies behind this indoctrination effort called Sweet Baby Inc. or SBI. And in a moment, I'll get into the details about what exactly
Come on, bring up the Sweet Baby
that
Gang.
organization is doing and who's helping
Sweet
them
Baby
do it.
Gang.
But first, I want to get the good news out of the way.
The good news is that it's not associated with Sweet Baby Gang at all, right? Come on, say something about it. It's exactly the same name. Come on, be funny for a minute.
Which is that if there's any silver lining, it's that this effort to indoctrinate children is incredibly ham-fisted. Some of the dumbest people in the world are behind it. So take that studio I just mentioned, Don't Nod Entertainment. They're behind the very popular
trying
Life
to be
is
more
Strange video
diverse?
game series, which has been played by tens of millions of people. And to give you an idea of how overt the propaganda is in Life is Strange, here's just one mercifully short sequence
Life is
involving, what else?
Strange.
A racist white guy.
Wait, I've played Life is Strange. What? The only thing that was wrong with that is that it was kind of boring. Like, it was a little boring. Not gonna lie. Like, I did play it and I did enjoy it, but it was a little bit boring. It was a little bit, I don't know. It wasn't my style, basically. Like, it was fine. Katie really liked it. Katie loved that game, but there's nothing like, the only woke thing in that was like, there was a gay kiss at the end and that's it.
There's some backstory about how he kidnapped an innocent Hispanic kid or something. And then this, watch.
Gonna tell the police you kidnapped me.
Gonna
nice
tell the
try.
police.
But I know who you are and what you did in Seattle. I saw it in the paper. Maybe I should call ICE to make sure you're a citizen.
You hillbilly. I'm American.
Jesus
Watch
Christ.
it, punk.
Whatever.
Okay.
Going to jail for this.
Pretty sure the local police will vouch for me over a thug like you.
Oh, this is Life is Strange too. Gotcha.
Where's my brother?
Wish I knew. Little took off. I'll find him. Don't worry.
If you touch him...
You think I'd hurt a little boy? Guess you didn't have any second
Bruh,
thoughts
you
about
just
leaving
did.
him out in the middle of nowhere, though. That's real safe for a little kid.
But he just did. What is he, the bad guy? He just did hurt a little boy. He's lying.
If he's lucky, he won't end up like his criminal big brother.
Just let me go.
It is really bad.
Please.
You're the reason we need to build that wall. You hold tight.
It's almost like a if a Darman skit were more gritty.
Now, I guess I lied. I said that it was mercifully short, but that felt like 3 hours long.
It did
And I
feel
will say
very
also
long.
That, you know, this is neither here nor there. Well, maybe it's not, but you know, when obviously I don't pay much attention to video games. When I started looking into the story we're talking about now and watching some of these videos, I was like, I sort of
like the premise is fine. Like it's a good like it's an entertaining premise that was shittily done. Like it was just bad. The dialogue was bad. It wasn't believable. Like I lost focus. Like I was not entertained.
I expected the graphics and just the overall quality to be better now, and than it is, because really low quality all around. But he says,
but that's one example from one game that was a sequel to a much better game. Like this is very cherry picked.
We need to build a wall. That's according to the white racist kidnapping the innocent Hispanic boy. And this is a game that, if Wikipedia is to be believed, received generally positive reviews upon release. Critics praised the story. So we can conclude that the bar is incredibly low in this entire industry.
Okay, I see what he's saying. He's saying that this game was trying to indoctrinate people who played it. By the way, this game is not for the youth. I'm sorry. It's not. Like, there's like violence in the shit in that game. Okay, it's not for anybody, like maybe teenagers, but I feel like it's largely for adults, yeah? Maybe like 16.
All the developers have to do is beat their audience over the head with rote left-wing propaganda, and their game will be well-reviewed and well-received. The more recent game, Suicide Squad, is another prominent example. They decided to write a story about Batman's toxic masculinity, which ended with a girl boss shooting Batman. Spoiler, I apologize for that, should have warned you. Anyway, here's part of that sequence.
Okay.
You had a good run, Brucey.
I know those
Flying
guys.
around Gotham, punching bad guys, clean up the streets.
Oh, Harley. Oh,
and emotional damage
she's so hot.
to everyone you knew.
Oh, he doesn't look good.
It's our turn now.
Oh, shit.
After all we've been through. Oh. Bet you didn't think it'd be me at the end, huh, Bats?
Uh-oh.
Are we done with your bad stand-up routine?
Almost. But you always gotta end on your best joke.
Damn. I wish you would do that to me. Ah!
Yeah, I can't watch any more of that. That's
Perfectly cut shots.
Okay, well, you can imagine just how many purple-haired women must work at that studio. I mean, they probably provide the hair dye on tap in their company.
What's with them in
Now, I
purple
didn't play
and
that
blue
game,
hair?
obviously. I haven't played any of these games. I'm not a video game fan or player, as most people I think know by now. But the point is that these clips were all over the internet because of how awful they are. They're just terrible in every way, even just from a quality perspective. Again, they're bad, even if you happen to agree with their politics. But the fact remains that
cherry pick.
for children of a certain age, the propaganda.
Again, God of War Ragnarok was worked on by Sweet Baby Inc. and it was great. It was critically acclaimed.
That doesn't need to be subtle. All they got to do is present it to children, and it can be effective.
That's not a child's game. That was so clearly not a child's game. No, at best teenager. That's rated M for mature, probably, isn't it? Here, what's it rated? What's it called? Oh, yeah, Suicide Squad. Suicide Squad game rating. Not rating. But it's a rating, but I need the age rating. 18 plus rating. Hello? Oh, you let your kids play Suicide Squad? Why? You must be a terrible fucking parent. Again, with these conservatives getting mad at the industry when they should be mad at the parent. Sometimes it's the parent's fault. Don't let your kids play Suicide Squad. Do you know what's in that game? There's a reason that it's rated 18 plus. So
that's
stupid.
why some anonymous people using the games platform Steam
Same thing with Has Been
decided to
Hotel.
figure out exactly who's putting this garbage in games and why. They found that the company I mentioned earlier called Sweet Baby Inc. I have to say, no relation to the Sweet Baby gang.
Yes, there it is!
Any association.
We got it.
I would file a lawsuit for copyright infringement, if not for the fact that I don't have a copyright. And also, Sweet Baby Inc. existed first.
It's about damn
technically,
time.
But never mind that. Anyway,
The
these people
diaper
on,
fetish
Steam
gang,
found
let's
that
go.
Sweet Baby Inc. has contracted with major publishers to push the principles of DEI
Gotta
in
make
video
them
games
duties,
as
baby.
aggressively as possible. Sweet Baby Inc. or SBI worked with the developers of the game I just showed you, Suicide Squad, and they've also had a role in several other major releases recently. On their website, SBI boasts
such as, oh, you can't say that part because some of them are actually really fucking good.
that they're committed to installing principles of diversity into games, and they do it forcibly. In fact, the founder and CEO of SBI, a woman named Kim Belair, recently spoke to game developers and instructed them to threaten their companies unless they comply with Sweet Baby's DEI mandates.
This clip again.
Watch.
And if you're in
We've been over this clip, but for the sake of the video, she's telling people who are employed at these industries, hey, go tell your bosses what will happen if they don't take your ideas. Go tell them that it will not be well received by the audience and that they will be the main ones taking the backlash for it. You know? Go tell them that the game won't perform well. Tell them these things, you know? Like, relay information to them.
in development and you are part of like that dominant voice, you're like a cis hetero white dude or just adjacent to that, do not wait until the end to call your consultants. Bring them in at the beginning, and instead of asking them, hey, is this very racist thing we did very racist, or is this deeply offensive thing we did deeply offensive, are you
Okay, this is a different clip, by the way.
hurt by it? Ask them what they want to see. Like, ask them what would thrill them, what would bring them joy. And if you have a team lead, put that request to them very, very early.
They're just a
if you're
consultant
creative working at
agency.
AAA, which I did for many, many years. Put this stuff up to your higher-ups. And if they don't see the value in what you're asking for when you ask for consultants, when you ask for research, go have a coffee with your marketing team and just terrify them with the possibility of what's going to happen if they don't give you what you want.
Okay, that is the clip. Yeah. They just gave a little bit more context than most give. So you saw the context. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, terrify your marketing team. Say, hey, listen, this game, the marketing for it, is going to be dog shit if we don't run with this thing that Sweet Baby Gang or whatever it is set to run with. Sweet Baby Inc.
So this is how DEI works in every industry, of course. The goal is not to improve the company's
It's
product
only that
in
clip.
any
It's
way.
only that
It's
clip.
to blackmail
They're losing their shit over one clip ever.
companies and threaten them into submission. And in this case, they're just saying it out loud.
Was there even an SJW with that angle with that last clip? Or is he just mad that an established woman shot Batman? That's what I thought too. I thought maybe that I missed it, that I missed like the liberal SJW woke purple-haired, blue-haired bullshit. But like no, I didn't. It was just Harley being Harley Quinn. Like, I'm not saying that it was well written. It was cheesy, but like, it was just, that was Harley Quinn. That's her thing. That's what she does. Like, there's no like girl bossing here. Like, not overtly at least. It's just like a villain. They're just mad. They're just mad that a woman had a man tied down, you know? That's what they're always mad about.
Pay the DEI tax or we will destroy you. Only in the games industry, where everyone is dumber than they are in every other industry, do they just come right out and say it as directly as that. Along these lines...
No. They said the market will destroy you. People won't want to buy your shit.
As you might have guessed, so-called games journalists are somehow even dumber than journalists in other industries too, which, I mean, is really saying something. They're just completely unable to hide their real goals or display any hint of subtlety whatsoever. For example...
By the way, I don't even particularly like a lot of game journalists as well. I think that a lot of them need to actually be gamers in order to be game journalists. But I probably take issue with them for different reasons than Matt Walsh does. Yeah, bad games are sometimes just bad games. It's nobody's fault, except for the people who made the games, I guess. But it's certainly not like wokeness and DEI that did it. It's just a bad game.
Example, in response to clips like this surfacing, games writers have produced several articles portraying SBI as the victim of a harassment campaign, by which they mean people are noticing what SBI is doing. And we know that on the left, the worst thing you can ever do is just notice. Noticing is the greatest crime of all. I'm here today because my mother chose life, and you're here today because your mother chose life too. The miracle of life is a gift everyone deserves because every life is precious. That's why we've partnered with Preborn's network of clinics. Preborn introduces unborn babies to their mothers through ultrasound. After hearing her baby's heartbeat and seeing her precious baby, she can be twice as likely to choose life. Through love, compassion, and free ultrasounds, Preborn has rescued over 280,000 unborn babies, and every day, their clinics rescue 200 unborn babies. Now that is a miracle. One ultrasound is just $28, the cost of a dinner, or you can sponsor 5 ultrasounds for
Oh, sorry. Oh, it costs money? Oh, I thought that they were like trying to save lives here. Oh, okay. Okay. I mean, I thought I would have thought it'd be a nonprofit, but hey, it's just me. Oh, they're raking in big ones, convincing people to not get abortions. Cool. Okay. Got it.
$140, helping to rescue 5 unborn babies' lives. Any amount will help.
Dog, they had enough money to sponsor you, dude. Like, and it was a very weird time to switch to commercial. It was very jarring.
All gifts are tax deductible, and 100% of your donation will save babies. To donate
Are you fucking
securely,
kidding me? They're tax deductible fucking donations. That's disgusting. How fucking degenerate, man. I
dial
hate
pound
these people.
250 and say the keyword baby. That's pound 250. Say the keyword baby, or go to
Baby gang.
preborn.com/Matt. That's preborn.com/Matt. Grand
should've been
Canyon
Baby
University
Gang.
is a private Christian university located in beautiful Phoenix, Arizona. GCU believes that our Creator has endowed us with certain unalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. They believe in equal opportunities
For the
and that
cost
the
of a
American dream
cup
is
of
given
coffee.
by purpose. GCU equips you to serve others in ways that promote your flourishing, which will create a ripple effect of transformation for generations to come. Whether you're pursuing a bachelor's, master's, or doctoral degree, Grand Canyon University's online, on-campus, and hybrid learning
His taxes should increase to increase funding for orphanages and free clinics for moms to have kids, and then federal funding for leave. I agree. That'd be a great tax increase, right, Matt? Right, Matt? Right, Matt? Right?
environments are designed to help
I'm sure
you
you'd love that
achieve
tax
your
increase,
degree.
right, Matt?
GCU has over 330 academic programs as of September 2023. GCU will meet you where you are and provide a path to help you fulfill your unique academic, personal, and professional
Oh, another
goals.
commercial.
Find
Okay.
your purpose today at Grand Canyon University, private, Christian, affordable. Visit gcu.edu. That's
I didn't even realize we were on another
gcu.edu.
commercial.
People are
So
noticing,
nice I have to
and
do it
so
twice.
that's harassment. It's harassment to notice.
Oh,
For example,
we're just back in it. Okay. No clean cut or anything, just mid-sentence, cut it off and then swing back. Got it. High quality production here.
Writer for the website Polygon, Joshua
Not like my editor would do.
Rivera,
Right,
has
Dubsy?
responded to people who are concerned about SBI. Quote,
Don't do that.
He says, quote, in a just world, these clowns would have their Steam accounts turned off, their PlayStations bricked, and get booted from any respectable social platform. So
I agree.
In the games industry, the journalists just come right out and demand that you're deleted from the internet if you dare to look deeper into their narrative or to question anything they say.
What narrative?
So let's look deeper into the narrative in that case. In a recent podcast, Kim Belair explained
These people are pro-birth, not pro-life. No, they're forced birth. Okay? I'm pro-birth, all right? If you want to have birth, give birth. I'm pro-birth in that way. These people are forced birth. They're forced birthers.
that her company's mandate is to make every
Pro
game
forced
political.
birth.
There has to be diverse representation in all contexts, even in, say, World War I.
If we can't force you to give birth, then we will do everything that, like, if we can't do it, like, if you don't want to give birth, we will force you to want to give birth, basically. Okay? We'll, like, emotionally manipulate you and shit.
One, watch.
A lot of the time, that kind of sensitivity work results in, cuts of certain things or slight changes. But what I prefer to do, and
Hold on 1 second, sorry. I gotta close the blinds. The sun's getting in my eyes. Okay.
and I don't really call it sensitivity reading, but I think of it as just, bringing representation to something, is trying to build a narrative and a story that include moments and elements custom made to bring representation and joy to people. Because that's kind of where, Sweet Baby lands on it. And I think it's the same way when we put diversity into the past. People go, oh no, but you're just putting diversity in. They don't even feel ready because they've been exposed to so much, whether it's whitewashed, whether it's just, colonized media, that they go, oh, there can't possibly have been diversity back then, because my understanding of it was that this was a homogenous time. And so I think I look at it like that.
That's true. This is 100%
or they make
accurate.
excuses for it, like, yeah, well, sure, okay, maybe there were some women in World War I that were on the front lines, but it was only in these specific situations, so we shouldn't show it in the game.
Exactly. You have so much of.
Okay, my thing is, if you're making a video game about World War I, like, it's already going to be fictional to some extent. It has to be, okay? And I don't know, like, if you're going to put women in the front lines of World War I, like, okay, make it 90% of them. Who gives a shit? Who cares? Like, okay, it's World War I, and women are the ones who are enlisted, not men. Great. Is it a fun game? Does it have a compelling plot? Does it have good online play? Like, what are the mechanics like? Like, let's talk about the game. Like, these people are just obsessed with this bullshit. Like, who cares? Okay, girl boss World War I, got it. Okay, great.
That happening, and
love it.
For me, there's so
as long
many
as it's a good game.
Leaps that we already take with history. There are so many things that we decide are
and they
true,
do have a very good logo.
So many of the protagonists that we choose for our games are.
I will say, if you're going to with this logo though, if you're going to shrink it down, I would simplify it a little bit. I would take the snake out. And I would just make it looks a little bit too much like Assassin's Creed, in my opinion, if you take the snake off. But I would take the snake off and just make it just the triangle-looking thing with the swerves on the ends.
Exceptional by their nature. So why not take that further?
Exactly.
So SBI wants to, quote, build a narrative and a story that includes...
Nobody who's made... By the way, Call of Duty Black Ops was total bullshit from front to back. You play as, like... a Black Ops organization guy. What was his name? What are the numbers? The numbers, Jason. Is it Jason? The numbers, Jason. What do they mean? I think it's Jason. Right? But like, that was all bullshit from front to back. It's not historically accurate. And yet, they want to get mad at Sweet Baby Inc. for daring to suggest that, like, there might have been a few women here and there in World War I. Okay. I guess that's the level of logic that we're operating on. Mason, that's what it was. Not Jason. Mason, thank you. The numbers, Mason. What do they mean? I love that shit.
Moments and elements custom made to bring representation and joy to people. And she uses the example of World War I. Well, if you're familiar with the history at all, there were not a lot of women fighting on the front lines of World War I.
I don't care.
But they shoehorn that into their game anyway, because at every possible opportunity, they need to minimize and demonize white men. White men cannot be the hero of anything, even historical events where they were the heroes, like World War I.
Wait. White men were also the villains, though, by that logic, right? They were also the villains.
And many other historical events, by the way. White men have been the heroes of many.
And the villains!
But, that can't be allowed to happen in games because they have to attack white
men.
God,
you're just such a fucking baby. Yeah, okay, we get it. White men were the heroes sometimes. Good job. Good job, buddy. You did it. You really did it, Matt. Fantastic work. You're right. You're right, man. Good job. Is that what you wanted? You fat fucking baby.
Men whenever possible. We're seeing this at all levels in the gaming industry. Here, for example, is Danny Lalanders.
So
she
true,
works,
bestie.
Reportedly used to work at Sweet Baby Inc. just a year ago, and now she works for a studio at EA, one of the biggest game studios on the planet. And watch as she explains why she doesn't hire white people.
Of course,
on
he's
her
making
team
shit up as he
because-
goes.
Because apparently they commit all kinds of microaggressions. Watch.
I have a team of 21 right now for Validate. It's a pretty big team. It's a crazy big team for indie games. But who is your team? Validate has a team of mostly all people of color. We have no white people on our team. I did that because I wanted to create a safe environment. And I know the best way...
Hold on, I didn't get done reading it. Who is your team? What does your team represent? What is the goal you and your team want to achieve? How will you and your team work together to achieve this goal? I think that's fine.
I wanted people. Who is your team? Validate has a team of mostly all people of color. We have no white people on our team. I did that because I wanted to create a safe environment. And I know the best way for an environment to be safe is to be around people who are just like me. And I'm not saying that white people in the industry are creating unsafe environments. I'm not saying that. That is not what I'm saying.
Of course, it's from Lives of
I'm
TikTok.
saying that sometimes it is hard to work with white people because they think that something made okay, but it was really a microaggression. And no one wants to deal with that while they're trying to make a game that they love.
I just don't care. I don't care. Okay, go off, Queen. Fuck it. Okay, what am I gonna say? Okay, I'm not black. I could accidentally commit a microaggression like at any second, and then hopefully a black person will correct me, and I'll correct myself. Yeah, I'm not black. I don't know the microaggressions. Yeah. Okay, fair point.
Now, notice that she doesn't say what the microaggressions were that these terrible white people committed.
It's just to list them, you know, just like Matt Walsh always does. He's always very specific whenever he speaks.
Imagine maybe those nasty white people said something nice about her hair. Maybe they asked where she was from. Maybe they said, hey, cut.
No. It's not about saying nice things about your hair. It's being like, can I touch your hair? That's a microaggression. Okay, that's a big one. I know that one. Hey, your hair looks nice. Can I touch it? Okay? And yeah, asking where you're from, okay, can be a neutral question, sure. But if you only ask that question to people of color, you might be committing a microaggression. If you're in a room full of people and you specifically like go to the black person and say, what country are you from? What country are you from, by the way, is a blatant microaggression. But even just saying, where are you from to only the black person? Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Cut that line of dialogue about building the wall. It's a little too on the nose. Who knows? You know, in any event, this is an employee of a major game studio straight up admitting that she doesn't hire white people. And that's not just unethical, it's illegal. Okay, you're not allowed to do that.
But if someone wanted to apply and they were white and that's the reason you don't hire them, kind of effed up. Yeah, I'd say probably, but it depends on the project. Validate's a pretty big team. Okay, so wait, is Validate, what is Validate exactly? Here, hold on.
Landers. She worked, reportedly used to work at Sweet Baby Inc. just a year ago, and now she works for a studio at EA, one of the biggest game studios on the planet. And watch as she explains why she doesn't hire white people on her team, because apparently they...
Okay, but she works under the company of EA, and she has her own team. And she has a team of 21, and she gets to hand select which team of people she works with. And yeah, I guess it's like, you know, if white people apply to be on your team and you say, well, no, I'm not okay, but if their job, I don't know, you could take this a couple of different directions, I guess. You could make a fair argument. My point is, though, I just don't care that much.
Notice that she doesn't say what the microaggressions were that these terrible walls. It's a little too on the nose. Who knows? You know, in any event, this is an employee of a major game.
But I don't think it's a hiring thing. I think that they already hire the people and then they like get to choose which teams they're on, you know? And if that's the case, I don't care as much.
Studio straight up admitting that she doesn't hire white people. And that's not just unethical.
I could be wrong.
It's illegal. Okay, you're not allowed to do that. And it's the kind of thing that's usually left unsaid in major corporations, but it's standard practice in the games industry. Just come right out and announce it. Because you know, this is what makes people of color safe, which, by the way, every
time... That's not what she said. Okay, sorry, I'll take it back. You shouldn't only hire people on the basis of color. You shouldn't do that. I would say, honestly, yeah, you could give more scrutiny to white people if, like, your goal is to make a more inclusive game and search for microaggressions, sure. If that's your team's goal, then sure. But you should give white people a chance to be like, yeah, I know, I've studied this shit. I know the microaggressions. I know what to look out for. I will be a good asset to your team. Okay, that's a fair point. Fine.
This comes up that people of color, quote unquote, people of color are
I still don't care that much. Like,
against
this is,
white people.
Of all the things to be fucking talking about right now, like, I just don't care that much. I'm sorry. It's not that important. It's really not.
And they're around white people. On top of everything else.
Okay, sorry, I keep pausing. But here's my biggest problem. He's acting like the entire games industry is canceling white men. Okay? When this is one branch of one gigantic organization that has 21 fucking people on it. Like, okay, if you want to go in and say, hey, man, maybe you should hire people not based on just their color. Fine. But, like, to make an entire production out of it, it's just pathetic. It's so fucking pathetic, okay? Like, put in a complaint. File a complaint. Who cares? You act like this is a huge fucking problem, and it's not. It's simply not.
It's just like factually, that's completely wrong. A black person statistically is much more likely to commit an act of violence against a white person than the other way. And that's just...
Why is that, Matt? Why? Let's talk about why. Oh, you won't do that, will you?
No getting around it. It's just a fact. But to give another example, also in response to the SBI story, a senior editor at the gaming site,
didn't get into
Kotaku, wrote, quote, "Hi,
it's just racism.
You can't be racist against white people. Thanks for tuning in." Now, the people writing this garbage are true believers. They are the...
Kotaku's not really my favorite writing thing, my favorite journalist website either. It could have been that, but it also could have been talking about systemic racism, because systemic racism, at least in the United States, does not exist against white people. It exists against black people and people of color, okay?
Low IQ foot soldiers. But the reason they're so well funded is more interesting. As the former games executive Mark Kern explained this week, the cost of producing games is extremely high. It's higher than it's ever been, in fact. So game studios are looking to raise money in any way possible. And one way to get a lot of money...
By the way, chat, thank you for holding me accountable on that.
...is through ESG financing. Watch.
It's not that gamers are...
Oh, boy, the quartering.
Upset
and
about,
Cabrutus.
oh, hey, we have
there he
some
is. There's the boy.
It's actually the way that they go about it, with pure tokenism, with phoning in weak characters instead of creating
he looks about exactly as I would have expected. Discount me.
Strong new characters.
Me at Walmart. Me
and
at home.
More importantly, it's about a vindictiveness to
they look like copy pasted of each other.
To destroy the IP, to ignore the source material, and to tear apart these beloved characters.
Okay, to be fair, we all look copy pasted a little bit.
In some sort of fitful rage that we don't understand and is very disingenuous. And I think that
the default white man, it never fails.
And this is going to have an immense financial impact. The way games are funded, you don't use your own money. Even EA, okay? Games are hugely expensive to make. They're upwards of, $250, sometimes $600 million. It's for certain live games. It's incredibly how expensive they are.
Like almost every game has white people as either the main cast or side cast. I know, including God of War Ragnarok, a game that Sweet Baby Inc. worked on. Isn't that weird?
And to do that, your CFO is your best friend. You're counting on your CFO to get you tax breaks,
out an A pose at the same
put
time.
Studios in regions which are financially favorable, and you will borrow the cheap money. You will get a cheap money to do it. Even EA does this. I worked with EA. We were putting together a deal where they were taking bailout money.
I was barely
from
listening to him.
The banks in the last financial crisis that we had, and they were applying that cheap money towards games. Same thing with COVID money. They're applying that cheap money towards games. And what has been the cheapest money while interest rates were still low, a couple of years ago? It was ESG financing. And so they're going to take this money and they're going to put it into games.
What's ESG financing? ESG. Environmental, social, and good governance. All about ethical decision-making in business and investment. Okay, so they're saying they're taking ESG money for the ethical decision-making that they're doing, which is like woke, quote-unquote, and like putting it towards games. And that's why they're using Sweet Baby Inc. Okay, but again, if that's your problem, that's still part of the capitalist grind. I'm just saying. Okay? A good capitalist will take every penny that they can. All right? So, I mean, go woke, go broke? Not really. It sounds like go woke, you get fucking loaded. Apparently.
So what ESG financing entails, Kern goes on to say, is that game studios have to agree to all kinds of conditions, including hiring companies like SBI to...
Why did that show up? Can that go away? Can that go away? 1742. I don't know why
money
that showed
towards
up.
games. And what has been the cheapest money while interest rates were still
hiring companies like SBI to diversify their games? In other words, what's happening here is much bigger than SBI. It's about the companies that fund SBI. And that includes a fund called Baby Ghosts, which is also run by anti-white managers who are proud of their bigotry. It also includes the biggest institutional investors on the planet, like Vanguard and BlackRock, which own a substantial portion of gaming companies like Microsoft. And these entities are creating the incentives. The only good news, as Kern points out later in that interview, is that ESG financing is drying up, in part because interest rates are changing and there's more exposure than ever to this
I don't know much
propaganda,
about
which makes it
ESG.
less
I'm not going to
effective.
comment on it.
The U.S. government appears to be aware of that, and they view it as a potential problem. They want the propaganda to continue. And we know that because on its website, a nonprofit called Take
What
This
propaganda?
labels all criticism of SBI as harassment, and they're coordinating a response to it. What's Take This? Well, apparently, according to the website, they are a mental health nonprofit that's funded by the Department of Homeland Security. In other words, your tax dollars are paying for the defense of propagandists targeting children in the video security. In other words, according to the response to it. What's Take This? Well, apparently, according to the website, they are a mental...
Here, take this. Take this nonprofit. Support community mental wellness. If you're reading this, you've probably... Here, perfect. If you're reading this, you've probably been hearing about what's now being called Gamergate 2. It's the latest targeted harassment campaign within the gaming industry, and it's aimed at Sweet Baby Inc., a Montreal-based narrative development studio. The campaign has also been impacting entities and games associated with Sweet Baby, journalists covering the issue, and others associated in various ways with the targets. You also may be at a loss to know how to talk about this issue and what, if anything, you can do about it. That's where we come in. Discord, Steam, and X have been the predominant platforms where the abuse and harassment have been taking place. In these spaces, lists of game studios, companies, and associate organizations are being circulated for targeting by members of the mob. Large-scale harassment campaigns like this fuel and are fueled by political events. As political rhetoric heats up ahead of the U.S. presidential election later this year, this kind of online activity is going to ramp up, and it's important to understand that these phenomena are interrelated. As scholars and journalists have noted, the targeted harassment, hate, and cultural norms that were at the heart of Gamergate in the mid-2010s never went away. People in game spaces, especially Montreal, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. For everyone. It's extremely important to speak out and step up for folks who are being harmed. This kind of support can take on many different forms. This can be an email or quick check-in with the people in your orbit who are targets of the harassment or are close to those targets, family members, colleagues, and friends. This is the organization that they're mad is getting funding. Literally sitting out here saying that, like, maybe we shouldn't harass people, you know? Like, mental health and layoffs in games. It's no secret that the game industry is experiencing a significant wave of layoffs. The game industry has historically been an industry beset by job instability and turnover. So what do they provide? Here. It's for mental health. I'm fine with this. I'm fine with them getting taxpayer dollars. They're a fucking mental health nonprofit. Yeah, what about it? They have fucking therapists? Like, are you kidding me? Oh, they're looking... Okay, so they have databases and shit. Okay. Online therapy resources. Free online text chat. No, I'm fine with... Yeah, no, this is fine. This is just mental health. Yeah, no, sorry. Conservatives hate mental health. They, like, I love that they will simultaneously say... It bears repeating all the time. They will simultaneously say, well, you know, the gun violence thing is about mental health. We need better mental health, right? And then at the other end of that, they'll just shit on people who have mental health issues or organizations who take money because they're a mental health nonprofit. And it's like, well, which is it, man? I know what they actually want. What they actually want is asylums open back up so that they can put people that they just deem retarded into the asylum, shove them away, put duct tape over their mouths, put them in straitjackets in a soft padded room where they can't hurt themselves or anybody else, and forget about them. That's what they want.
Health nonprofit that's funded by the Department of Homeland Security. In other words, your tax dollars are paying for the defense of propagandists targeting children in the video game industry. For some reason, DHS is involved.
And
actually, it's worse than that. As The Intercept reported this month, quote, gaming companies are coordinating with the FBI and Department of Homeland Security to root out so-called domestic violent extremist content.
Good. They don't want fucking Gamergate 2. Okay? Wow. Wow. They learned their lesson. What a shock. Good job, FBI. Seriously. Wow. They learned their lesson. And good job to the big gaming organizations who are taking part in this. Good. They should do that more. Good. I don't want people to get death and rape threats, okay? Gamergate was not good, as we learned in the last segment, okay? If you're watching this on YouTube, we did an extended, like, fucking 2-hour session about why Gamergate was so bad and why we don't want another one. Okay? So good. They shouldn't be doing this. Or sorry, the gaming industries should be doing this, is what I meant. People doing Gamergate 2 shouldn't be doing this.
Content, according to a new government report, noting that mechanisms have been established with social media companies to police
they want the
extremism.
things, but not the policies
The report
that achieve
recommends that the national security agencies establish new and similar processes with the vast gaming industry.
Good.
So what this means is that the video game industry, without a lot of fanfare, has transformed into a tool of both propaganda and surveillance.
Because they don't want people harassing other people and sending them death threats and rape threats.
It's an effective way to indoctrinate children precisely because it hasn't received much attention. And
Suicide
also
Squad was
because
18 plus. It was 18
children
plus.
spend, many of them.
One of the only games that he brought up, 2 games, Life is Strange 2 and Suicide Squad. And one of them, at least, was an 18 plus fucking game. Here, what was Life of 2 rated? What was it called? Life is Strange 2. PEGI 18. Adults only. Again, so both games that he brought up, adults only. Not even M. M is 17 plus. This is 18 plus. So there you go. Why don't you get mad at the parents who let their kids play those games? They shouldn't be playing those games. I agree with Matt. Kids should not be playing those games. I agree with him on that.
Hundreds of hours a year, and that might be an undercount, a severe undercount, with this kind of content. So it should get a lot of our attention. And now finally that attention is here. And it's yet another reason to keep these games as far away from your children as possible. And if you do that,
yeah, because they're 18 plus.
Literally the lowest form of journalists on the planet will accuse you of harassment. And that's exactly how you'll know that you're doing the right thing.
It's so stupid. It's 18. They're both 18 plus. Both of the games he brought up are 18 plus. This is so fucking stupid. Matt Walsh is a brainless piece of shit. Holy crap. I just... Man. Please, birth rate go up. Make it cheaper to be a parent. No, that's communism. True. Make birth rate go up by forcing 10-year-olds to give birth. Right? Right, Matt? Right, buddy? Right? Right, Matt? He's right about that. Truly the lowest form. Yeah. Anyway, that's just, I guess that's just more evidence that this Gamergate shit is just stupid. It's just stupid. Like, who cares, man? Okay, there's legitimacy to that one thing. You should not hire people solely based on skin color. I get it. But for one thing, why don't we actually dig into why people feel the need to do that? You know what I mean? Like, why don't we address some of their concerns? Then maybe they will be convinced that they shouldn't be doing what they're doing. You know what I mean? And for my part, the only concerns to address here are a bunch of whiners who think that, like, white males are being taken out of games. No, they're not. Okay? Many of the games that Baby Inc. worked on had white male characters, straight white male main characters, main cast. Okay? Once again, God of War Ragnarok is mostly straight white men. Presumably straight. You know? It's just a nothing burger. They're complaining about nothing. Okay? They're just trying to rile up the jimmies of the liberals. They're just trying to trigger liberals is all it is. They're just trying to trigger the liberals. That's all it is. That's all it ever has been. And that's all it ever will be. That's how they do. They take one grain of truth and hyperbolize it until someone's scared. True. Yeah, I guess I don't know. Like, I misunderstood kind of what that lady was doing. Like, I thought that these were people who had already been hired, and then like they get to take their group. You know, like people. I don't know. I mixed it up in my head. Thank you again for holding me accountable. Appreciate that. Always want you guys to hold me accountable when I'm wrong, please. Okay, I think that's good. I've been going for a while now. Longer than I usually do, I think. Joven Bradley's live. We can go over to Joven Bradley. Okay, I will link Joven Bradley in the YouTube. If you are on the site, you will get to see it hosted. Go over there and be nice. Joven Bradley is really cool. We love Joven Bradley here on the Allegunter broadcast. Video's unavailable. What? Hold up. Is he live? Is he still live? Oh, he's not still live. Sorry, guys. He's not live. I gotta refresh. Aha, Dylan Burns is live. We'll host Dylan Burns. New link. Incoming. Dylan Burns, get over there. Oh, I haven't hosted Dylan Burns yet. Interesting. Hold on. YouTube ID grabber. There we go. Okay, almost got it. Oh shit, I might have already embedded. All right. Sorry, I might have clicked away for a second there. I didn't do a proper goodbye. There we go. Okay, host. Okay, sorry if that fucked up for people on the site. My bad. But thank you guys so much for being here. I love you all. Have a great night. I had a lot of fun today. We got to talk to Tipster unexpectedly, so that was cool. So yeah, I'll see you all on Friday. Take care, everybody. And go enjoy Dylan Burns. Tell him good things and tell him I said hi.